Hello everyone, welcome. Please like and subscribe to the Yukan Fuji broadcast today in the WRC channel. I am Kyle today, bringing you session 10 of the Yukan Fuji Cup Women's League 2024 to 2025 season. I am joined by Baja commentator and streamer, Jeremy. Tips, hi.
Hello, how you doing, Kyle? Welcome to another session of the 2024-2025 season with some fancy players, some professionals from Japan. We're bringing you the English commentary, and we are going to be joined later by another JPML pro, a professional in Japan who speaks very good English, Jenn.
Yes.
The Mahjong Jenn. And another American commentator from the American Riichi Mahjong League, Corak.
Yeah, first, if people wanted to find you, where would they do that?
That would be on Twitch, mostly, at Tipzntrix, spelled there like on the stream. I also have a YouTube channel, but mostly on Twitch.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm also on Twitch, and one day I'll make a YouTube channel actually update to it, but for now, just that's where you'll find me. But yeah, our broadcast today is sponsored by the WRC and USPML. We hope you'll check out Sparrow's Nest, a New York Mahjong studio fully equipped with Slim Score, Ultima, and even the Rec 3 order tables, where there are lots of lovely regular events. I think they do lots of leagues and stuff. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. But WRC though, if you're here, hopefully you know who we are. We are the World Riichi Championship, the most prestigious international Mahjong tournament in the world. It's held once every 3 years, and the next one will be next year in Tokyo 2025. We also have an important announcement. The World Riichi commentary team, that's us, will be playing the World Riichi Online Team League, which starts in January. When the offer of a WRC team came up, I was like, yes. I know that it takes some convincing to get you to play Sama, right, Tips? I think we're going to spend quite a lot of channel points to request that on your streams.
That's right. People spent a lot of channel points to get me in this team. But it'll be fun to play against professionals. I think when it comes to opportunities to play professionals, like in the Japanese leagues from outside of Japan, this really is the best opportunity. There was previously a 4-player league, just the World Riichi Online Team League. But you know, we have some sources that tell us that actually a lot of pros secretly prefer 3-player, even though maybe it's because all their serious league play has to be done in 4-player, so they like to play a little more wildly in 3-player. So you might see some professionals with their most aggressive faces, even if they're behind the computer. But yeah, a good chance to play against a lot of the professional players is the World Riichi Online Team League.
Yeah, the 4-player was really fun. My score was I think it was like top 3rd, something like that. So I'm pretty proud of myself for that.
Well done. But, yeah, especially facing a lot of professionals.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how Corak's going to do, given how he's not necessarily used to 3-player Mahjong perhaps as much.
He's got a very polarized playstyle.
But yeah, he'll be on our team, and I definitely want to see how he plays. Honestly, it's really good fun. I think I'll be enjoying that. But yes, anyways, today we're watching the Yukan Fuji Cup, which is made of 2 leagues. We have the Sept League in Tokyo and the Orb League in Western Japan. In Tokyo, we have 64 teams split into 16 groups of 4, and in your group, you'll battle the other 3 teams over 10 sessions, and the top team from each group and the top individual players advance to 2 different final tournaments. So even if your team's doing really badly, if you yourself are scoring good points, you might get into the second final. Today we'll be featuring the teams and players from Group 8, which features 2 M-Leaguers. Ooh. We'll be seeing one of those today.
I think I do have a correction on that. It looks like we will be featuring Group 10 this today. So
okay.
A little bit of a misnomer, but yes, we are featuring Group 10. Unfortunately, I don't think there are any M-Leaguers in Group 10, but still all professionals and very exciting and competitive play here.
So yeah, you're the one who has the footage, right. So I haven't seen I haven't seen it yet. I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, all right. Well, fair enough. The Orb League has 5 groups, but because it's spread out more, their games are also spread out, and each region's got their own schedule. So I think they make the same final, but they play each other in their 5 groups instead of elsewhere.
Right.
But yeah, we do have a WRC team though in this event. I'm not in it, but Jenn is, who we'll be seeing later on today. It's made of an entirely international roster. We have Gemma as our team captain. She says sort of team supervisory captain. She says she's a really bad captain, but I'm sure she's doing great. We have Jenn from the US, Mio from South Korea, and Lika from China. We had seen him a few weeks ago, and that was really, really exciting.
Yeah, it was a huge upswing. If you haven't checked it out, go ahead and mark the VOD to watch later. Catch us live now and give us a thumbs up. But mark the VOD for the WRC team. Very exciting.
Make sure to subscribe to the WRC channel because we'll have all the VODs saved, so you can check back on this later. But yeah, they're not playing this week, but we still have some exciting teams today. So, can we have a look at the teams, please? It actually is going to be a bit of a broadcast battle here because we have 3 teams full of YouTubers and a team representing a bar. We have the TF channel, which is an Everything Mahjong channel. We have the Saya channel, which is M-Liga Sayaka Kayamori's channel. So we do have an M-Liga, just it wasn't Group 8.
That's right.
Okay. We have Jinro 3 Arrows, who played Werewolf Game, apparently. I'm curious about, is that like a sort of the hidden traitor thing? Interesting.
Yes.
They got in a mahjong.
you go to sleep and you wake up and you might not survive the night, but if you do, you have to find the werewolf. The classic mystery deduction game. It's actually very popular in Japan. You might know it as Mafia. You might know it as like Town of Salem. You might know it as 7-Up from when you were in kindergarten. All very similar games. They're all a little bit different, but they're all on the same.
I think there was also a BBC series recently called The Traitors, which I'm not sure if it's the same thing. But
that's interesting.
I've not seen it, but I've heard people say it's very good. But yeah, either way, I'm sure that sort of being able to pay attention to subtle cues might be very good as a mahjong player, perhaps.
That's true.
But yeah, let's see who's actually going to be playing in these games.
And then, of course, we also have Cine-Stork,
which
is
of course.
Not a channel. Kyril was so enamored with all the YouTube channels.
I'm so sorry, I got distracted. Yeah,
he forgot about the mahjong bar representing the brick and mortar side. People who are still touching tiles. All of these games are done in person. There's no online mahjong in this tournament. But yeah, Cine-Stork is a mahjong theme bar, of which we do have many.
Players in that World Reach Online team, perhaps. But yeah. So, in Game 1 today, we'll be seeing, as our first dealer, Hinata from Team TF channel from NPM. Next up in the South Seat, we have Maya Matsuda from Jinro 3 Arrow from SNPM. In the West Seat, starting, we have Maki Asami from the Saya channel, also from SNPM. And in the North Seat, Hazuki Kozome from Cine-Stork. Sorry, Cine-Stork from RMU. Also, hey. But yeah, I think this is going to be a really fun match. But to get a bit of context going into this game, because we've not seen these players before, how they do. Oh wow, this is quite a spread of scores. Actually, I've seen the scores be a lot tighter than this. So TF channel with a massive lead going into this. But still, there's still time for things to change, at least between the top 2 players, maybe even between first and last. But yeah. Looking forward to this.
So they've done 9 sessions out of 16, so they're just barely over halfway. Easily enough time for even Cine-Stork from the bottom to come back. It would take a lot of work, but every session is 3 games, not just 1 game. So that leaves, basically including today, you have 7 sessions, right? 9 done, 7 to go. That's 21 games. You can make 500 points in 21 games.
Yeah,
especially
absolutely.
with the Oka rules of Mondo TV Pro League that we're playing under. So it's not easy, but it's definitely doable.
Yes, exactly. And I think because we have a wider gap, we might see a bit more aggression, maybe. We might see players trying to shoot for that bonus of first place, I think, absolutely, as you say.
Right.
Because if you have a lot to win and you need to win it, maybe you'll take more risks to get there. I'm curious. I'm looking forward to this game, actually.
Yeah, let's see some bigger hands.
I want to see it.
Let's get to it.
I don't touch grass, I only touch bricks and tiles. Heck yeah. Everything in moderation, but
There's even a little bit of a we saw the commentators booth for just a little bit, and Team WRC's logo is there. Maybe it was supposed to be a shout out to us. Or maybe it was just random luck. Right? Hello, Japanese commentators. In fact, some of the M League commentators actually play in this league. So they have to get other commentators because a lot of the main commentators are actually playing as players in this league.
I guess you could do both as long as you make sure that it's only for the games you're not scheduled to play, which I guess would be difficult.
Jenn has talked to us about being on the Japanese commentary booth sometimes when her team was playing, but she wasn't playing. She says a lot of times the players do commentate, but the commentator booth is never completely made up of players from the teams. And there's a lot to comment on already with these players' hands.
Oh yeah,
so many.
We have
honor
triplets. Close triplet of East, which is very, very handy.
Yeah.
And I see two players with a very strong hand here. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, this East
9 is Adora.
Still needs a little bit of work. That's right, the 9 of characters. 9 Mon.
Yes. I will use them interchangeably. So yeah.
Pair number 5. Out comes the South, so that's not finding any use in the hand.
That was a 2 and a 3 Mon, just in case you thought it was 2 3s.
Oh. Well, I guess Matsuda
still
is
with that 9
there.
sitting there. I can always see 7 pairs is a lot more tempting to me when I have Adora that's not paired up.
Yes.
So I don't know how else I'm going to use.
Yes. Oh,
and we can kind of see that. I can miss that a little bit.
Oh, but here's some pair discards. Here's some pair discards from Asami. And now we're on Hinata, our dealer, who is actually collecting her pairs. That's the 2. That's a pair.
That is exactly
the mistaken 2-3 Mon is now fixed. And so it's actually pair number 5. Out comes the 3 Mon.
I'm liking everything that she's keeping here. She's keeping terminals that are going to be good for 7 pairs, assuming that people haven't figured out you're on 7 pairs. She's keeping the Suji 3 pin after playing the 6. I think this is really good.
Yeah.
We could be seeing maybe if she draws the 9.
Ooh, there goes one of the 9s right into the dealer. Right into the dealer's hand. So Hinata's not going to be discarding that. It's a shape. It's a set of 3. It's a run. 1, 2, 3 so, but it might be a little late to turn around. Goodbye 3 so.
I think if it wasn't for that 9, that Dora there sitting in the hand, taunting you.
Right. Maybe she would have went for a regular hand.
Oh, it's a huge draw though.
One more for our dealer Hinata here.
And then 1 comes after cutting the 3 Mon. Unfortunate. Potentially a 1-3 mixable sequence was on offer, but there's no way to know.
That's true.
With a hand like that. Is that a Khan? No, it's just a pawn.
I think it's just a pawn, so she is in Tenpai. Interesting hand. Our dealer Hinata here. She's looking for Twitter followers on her Twitter account. Hinata from NPM.
Yeah, a gambler right now. Her hobby is pachinko. We've seen this a lot, actually, from a lot of Yukan Fuji players, right, being patchy slot fans.
Right.
Oh, Dora 2. That's unfortunate to draw, but just plays it, which does mean everyone else can now play theirs.
Out comes the Dora. Here comes a
I might have
call.
followed there, but we'll see. Yeah, after that call, suddenly the door is not safe anymore, which is rather scary, I think.
Yeah, a little bit. But
Someone changing their hand shape, yeah, I would have been really tempted to try and just get that tile that isn't helping me out, but no.
yeah, I don't think Matsuda's discarding it from her 7 pairs, but Kozome still has it just kind of stuck on the edge there. The 3-so comes back, even as pairs it would have worked. The power of 3-so strikes again. Asami's in Tenpai now.
Yeah. And I do
And
believe that is a win for Asami.
that's right. Asami catches the win. Not many points. I think it's just 1,000.
Just all simples, right? Yeah.
Asami, a member of Sayaka Kayamori's channel there, playing for Saya channel.
Apparently 12th place in the individual, so she's doing very well for herself.
Yes, we have 2 very high-ranked players in the individual. Hinata, our first dealer, is actually 3rd place in the individual race.
Yeah.
As we've mentioned before, there is a separate finals tournament for individual players. For the top individual players, I believe it's 16 or 32 of the top individual players make it through.
Okay.
Oh, cutting the 1, 2, 3,
yeah.
4 right off the bat for Matsuda. Interesting.
Either way, it's Shanten, right? From the start.
Yes, a
So
very fast
just going to a pin for
indeed.
you might as well go for the floaters over the 1, 2, 3, 4 there, because the floaters give you not only more acceptance but also all simples as well. So I love this. I would kill. Well, I wouldn't kill, but I would do a lot of things for a high pie that good for opening deal and tile.
Yeah, Matsuda also discarded the 7 pin, so she's not thinking about the small twin sequences, the Ipeko chance, but rather maximum efficiency, trying to get as many tiles that bring her to Tenpai as possible.
Absolutely.
A lot of professionals say that Ipeko, the twin sequences, if you don't have it already in the hand, it's not worth pushing for it efficiency-wise. So the 1-mon comes back. I wonder if she realized it was the Dora on the first turn.
What I said about all simples is wrong. We got that pair of the 9 of bamboo, so maybe we cut the 4 instead.
Yeah, I think she didn't realize it was the Dora because our overlay hadn't loaded either. And now she cuts the 4-mon, so I think she missed it. I think she missed the Dora check.
It's definitely something that beginners do a lot, right? I don't necessarily see pros doing it that often, but
yeah,
it's definitely something I've noticed beginners do.
If you are nervous on the table or you're worried about your play speed, because the matches are timed, so a lot of players, there's like this social pressure, right? It's not like it's enforced, but it's rarely actually called out.
Yeah,
the timer or slow play, but a lot of players will feel that they don't want to be the one that is accused of playing slowly, so they'll actually play even faster than usual to get in the games on the timetable, and then you end up missing something like that sometimes. You're like, oh, I cut Dora turn 1.
Incredibly reasonable. But yeah, there are definitely times to play slow, but usually the first draw is not that time, usually.
Actually, one of the Nikaido sisters, I believe it was Aki, mentioned that your first discard is probably your most important, so don't be afraid. But definitely in a lot of like parlor games. Yes, that's right. Tenpai here for our dealer Matsuda. Swing.
And she was considering Sanshoku, maybe.
Maybe.
I hadn't thought about. No. The three so came way later, right? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. No, because I just see the 2 3 4 2 3 1 2 3, and I'm like, oh. But Sanso came too late.
Dun dun dun. But yeah, as Aki Nikaido said, the first discard essentially it guides your plan for the hand. So a lot of times she says make sure you're discarding the right tile at first and try not to autopilot it as much. But a lot of the tables, especially the speed at which the pros play, even casually, not just in league games, the the tiles are drawn and discarded so quickly right off the bat, you barely have time to sort your hand before figuring out what people are discarding, and it's already your turn, and hopefully you didn't miss a call already if you wanted to call the first tile.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
So I think a lot of players are used to auto-firing, auto-discarding a tile that looks inefficient right off the bat. Okay.
Right now, this is a Tenpai as well.
It's a fight. Tumon comes out from Kozome.
And 1/4-man have been played quite a lot. One is Door, obviously, but it is safe to the other Riichi. I don't think we're going to be seeing people play them, though. Actually, let's do a bit of counting. How many 1/4s do we see?
Yeah, I mean, it's still the
Quite
Dora. It's still the Dora now that a second player's in Riichi.
I think I'm seeing 4 in discards. That there's a 5th one there. So it's pretty depleted, right? There aren't many tiles left. But there's the 1, so
Iso Rome.
So Reach Pinfu Dora 1 with 2 Riichi sticks.
Is that an Uradora? I can't see. I think it's the same tile.
It is.
Dora 2 got 1 Ura. That 4th Han from Uradora is it's magnifying. It's a very big point boost. Yeah, all the way up from especially just the 3 Han. Yes. It would have just been 5,800. Now it's 12,000. Big points there. Enormous boost just for 1 Uradora. So Matsuda, a little bit of luck of the draw, of course. The hand that was 1 away, Ishanten right off the bat, and then one Uradora right in the end.
As I said, I would do a lot for hands like that. I'm not gonna lie.
A very, very fortunate turn of events, and well played to reach Tenpai and just fire off the stick. Kozome in trouble. Second Riichi does not work out this time. A lot of players say that the chasing Riichi feels like it wins more often than it should, but not in this case.
I think the keep in mind about that is just how few tiles are remaining for that. Because you could see 4 in the discards of the 1/4-man.
Right.
Of course, 1 being Dora means that if you did draw it, it's big points too, but it's always tough to know when the right time to pursue Riichi is, right?
That's right.
But here we are into the next hand.
Yeah, Kozome is just going to have to try and get it back here. As we were saying, both these teams, the Werewolf game team, Jinro 3 Arrow, as well as Cine-Stork, are pretty deep in the negatives. That triangle being the negative score in professional, I guess, syntax. Yeah. The standard using the delta. Yes.
Yeah.
So both of those teams are trying to score big points in order to come back. But you still have to do it 1 game at a time.
But as you said, though, if the game were to end right now, Matsuda scores her team 48 points.
That's right.
So it is definitely very possible to claw yourself back. You can get 3 of those on the row, or even a bigger one, you know?
Yeah.
It's very possible. There's still plenty of time.
Yeah. With 21 games to go in 7 sessions of 3 games, you got 40 points every game. That would be 840 points. Easily enough to overtake from last to first. That's best case scenario, of course. But definitely possible.
She's now currently got a small negative from her personal score. So a huge win like this would be very good for her. She says that Hinata is just too strong.
Yeah, she's in 3rd place overall. She's been 3rd place overall, so I can see where the mythos or the lore would
I do like
craft that story
of players just having a certain player being scary to be matched against.
Yeah, actually in one of the previous broadcasts, we had some veterans of the Yukan Fuji League. They said it was like their 10th season or something. And one of the players mentioned that, it's just every time this other woman is in her group for Yukan Fuji, and she's just too strong. I can't beat her, is what she said.
Amazing.
Okay, 2 Tenpais here.
The reach is 6-9 of bamboo, so we do see a few of those discarded already. Although, actually, we see a lot of them discarded and a lot of them being locked away in the hands here. So I'm not sure if someone's going to deal into that.
Yeah, it's the same two players fighting it out. Maybe Kozome feeling a little shyer after the unfortunate deal in earlier. Maybe she just doesn't like the 7, so wait. That could be another option. Fighting against the dealer reach. Last time it didn't work out for her. She has an even worse weight this time, so doesn't want to reach, but does have the East in hand, so she can win off that. Dora comes out from the dealer, so they know the dealer's not waiting for Dora. That's a tough tile to discard, that 5 cell into a dealer reach.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of pressure on, but yeah, playing safe here I think is absolutely the right thing to do. And I hate to say it, because obviously when your team's behind, you feel so much sort of team pressure to make something happen. But
oh, Asami catches 3 Dora, pawns the Dora.
And she's tempo, right?
Yes,
I think.
That's right.
Should probably check to make sure that is Yakuhai for her, but I'm sure she wouldn't have called it otherwise.
Asami is the South player, so indeed, it is Yakuhai for her. In fact, she only had 1. She had a 7 and a 9 of dots, but after the dealer Matsuda discarded Dora, she managed to draw a Dora of her own. And then Hinata, seeing that the Dora is safe, discard Dora, and then all of a sudden you got 3. The hand's worth going against, even against the dealer Riichi.
Yeah, I think it definitely is something that you shouldn't be afraid of a dealer Riichi, especially when you've got something really, really good here, right?
Right.
Because this could pay off huge.
Yeah.
But yeah, yeah, it's tricky sometimes to try and justify taking an attack when you don't necessarily know how valuable that really is.
Yeah, I mean, Kozome was Tempai before, but even though she's waiting on the Riichi discarded tile, the 7 so, she did not like her chances when she drew that extra 5 so in the middle, and so she's been folding. She's just been getting out of the way here. So now
the big thing here. Oh, sorry.
It's a battle between Asami and Matsuda, and Asami's not going anywhere.
Yeah, I think the big thing here is that just because it's safe to one player, if you reach as well,
right,
the other players aren't going to assume it's safe to you.
Yes, and we see Matsuda having discarded the 5 so a couple turns ago in Riichi. Now Kozome is like, oh, I could have thrown that 5 so.
Yeah,
but it's you can't really make judgments like that after the call.
After it's a perfect information game. You don't have all the information, and that's what makes it so fun. If you knew everything all the time, it'd be boring.
It's true. It's like playing poker with face-up hand.
I imagine that'd be really fun.
Right.
Actually, that could be fun if you're playing some sort of like kind of Hold'em style, right? Because you'd see what everyone has, but you also see what the flips would be. You know what the flips are going to be until. Anyway.
Yeah, at that point, it's really just knowing your odds, because you can't bluff at that point.
Exactly.
If all the cards are face up.
But yeah, 2 players score 1,500 points. Not huge, but definitely going to be welcome for Matsuda.
Yeah, Matsuda gets to keep her dealer as well. And it does not deal into Dora 3, which is also considered a positive, I'd say.
Yes. I think that's fair.
Yeah. Especially when dealing.
I know being dealer is oftentimes seen as the best time to take more risks, because if you be passive, you will lose more points because of other people sumoing. But
that's right.
Yeah. Also, you have Poor to win as well with the slight multiplier. I think some people do overvalue dealer sumo a bit. I think, but it's definitely worth considering that you do score 1.5 times the points if you win. But I definitely know some people who overvalue that. I'm like, I've lost my dealer. It's all hopeless. No, it's not. I promise.
In fact, as we mentioned, this is Asami is playing for Sayaka Kayamori's channel, the Saya channel, one of the members there, and Asami herself is also an M leaguer here, so she bears a resemblance to another M leaguer, but she's also an M leaguer herself. We'll see whether it kicks in coming down to the South round or on her first dealer.
Takasaka Drivens.
That's right.
I do like her motivation. She says she's aiming for first place and will aim for the highest place possible if she can't get first. I like that, especially in this rule set. You've got to aim for first for that massive bonus.
I think you're supposed to do that in every rule set. Oh, pair 6?
Ooh, very good.
Hinata does not Riichi. She wants a better weight.
I think that's reasonable. But yeah, you're absolutely right, of course. But the thing to keep in mind is sometimes if you're playing on a rule set, especially say it's like a more flexible rank bonus,
right?
Like for example, let's say ARML. That's what I'm thinking of. Sometimes maybe the goal isn't necessarily first place. Sometimes it's just I want to be ending with more points than I started. Right?
That's fair.
But saying no first, I'm getting first. I like it.
A big turning point here for Matsuda. This is going to be an important decision, especially with the hidden Riichi. She's pulled a Dora now, but the Dora is most easily used in a 4-5-6 run. She also has a triplet of West, so I don't think pairs is on her mind anymore. Yeah, she's going to cut the 8-mon, probably the 6-mon soon.
Yeah, situations that are really interesting to me because keeping the potential double run is less efficient, I think. So maybe you could cut the 6-pin or the 7-pin.
That's fair, but
the 6-8 is also really bad, right? So it's hard. It's a hard decision to make, I think.
Right, and that's why
this is a. Oh wait, no, it's a triplet.
Took time over it. Yeah, so she doesn't want that. She's going to stay Tenpai. Hinata. Oh, Matsuda holds the 6-mon because Asami has discarded it, so it's at least safe to Asami. Of course, here we can see Kozome might get ready on the 6-mon. Might be waiting for that 6-mon soon. And despite
just gone out.
And despite not reaching, Hinata has not changed her weight at all. Maybe she didn't like any of the tiles that she drew, or maybe she just doesn't want to reach here.
I do think it's interesting that now she's discarded the 4 of bamboo. So, if we do have any Tsuji enjoyers, we might see that they are a little bit more willing to maybe cut the 7.
Right.
No,
okay.
The 7 finally comes out.
We found an East tile, so she's willing to Riichi, waiting for East.
A once cut on a tile is usually seen as like one of the best choices you can have for a 7 pairs Tenpai.
That's right.
We do see it was discarded once by Kozome, so
that's going to slow down our dealer here, Matsuda. He has the Furiten chance with the 6-7-mon. She's going to hold on to it in order to play safely.
Oh, there it is.
Ooh, Asami evades that M-leaguer presence of mind here. Looking at the discard pile
that I've played who would discard the East immediately there,
right.
And that would have been a very easy Apatsu.
Yeah.
But these are not the average player.
Of course, these are the professionals coming out of many different leagues. Actually, there's JPML, NPM, RMU, Psycho. He said, well, there's a lot.
Exactly, yeah.
Mahjong Union as well. Mahjong Union is actually fairly small in terms of membership size, but they're kind of overrepresented in this cup. Number of MU players, Mew as they stylize their name.
I like getting
I like it as well.
I mean, we're seeing Deltas a lot, right? So why can't we see Mew show up?
Fair enough.
Yeah. Yeah, this could be a situation where it looks like 2 players are forced to fold here, which is going to mean that this is just going to come down to whether we see a draw or not, or whether it just goes to exhaustive again.
Yeah, or whether Asami discards the East. That's the only thing.
I just don't see it happening. I think how many safe tiles does she have? 100% guaranteed safe to that reach.
I think she has 2 right now.
I think there's a very decent chance she can get away with just playing 100% safe tiles.
Right.
And not even having to take any risks.
Although it's a matter of if any of these other players get Tenpai, right? Matsuda is, of course, the dealer. Kozome's got a hand as well.
And she's 1 away right now.
Yeah, Matsuda still hasn't found Tenpai. Tough to push through here at this point, but she is the dealer, so she has incentive. There's also 2 Honba and one Riichi stick, of course. There's one from a previous hand. I should clarify. So there's actually two Riichi sticks up for grabs now. The one on this hand and the one from the previous hand.
I think it's updated as the reach happens. I think.
But Matsuda reached last hand and it went to draw.
That's a very good point. Okay. I'll be paying more attention to that in future to see how changes.
Okay, this is Kozume's chance to get back in the game. It's actually
still not Senpai.
Oh, doesn't want it. Oh, I misread.
Yeah, I misread it too. I thought it was a Shanten last upgrade.
There's both a pair and a triplet and a run, but they're overlapping each other, so they're not separate blocks. Okay, so the dealer is actually going to leave the hand here. Matsuda taking a step backward to play safely here.
I love this reach, but that is unfortunately the case when the players' hands aren't necessarily the greatest in the world. We've seen people pushing with good hands, but it wasn't the case this time. No one had something that's worth taking a risk for, so...
That's right. Asami able to sniff out the honor weight and not discard the East there. So not dealing in.
But that's still a huge win for Hinata. It's not as good as it would have liked. She would have liked, I'm sure.
Right.
Being able to sneak up on second place, now within 1,000 points. Okay, so yeah, it updates at the end of the hand. Okay, that's my bad. I can see it now. We now have two Riichi sticks on the table.
And 3 Honbas. That's almost 3,000 points. 2,900.
Yeah. It could be that the value of the bonus pot right now is going to be more than the value of the hand that someone actually wins it.
It's definitely possible.
I do love those situations because it changes how you play, right?
Yes.
Like having a situation where actually, you know what, I don't necessarily need to win something big here. I just need to win because if I can win 2,000 points, it's actually going to be 4,900, and that's a lot.
Yeah, these are the kind of calculations and decision making that's important when calculating the value of whether it's worth it to push a hand or whether you should fold the hand. And Asami here, our current dealer, the M-Leaguer, one of the more recent M-Leaguers, is also a graduate, a master's degree graduate from Chiba University, the School of Engineering. So she's a bit of a logician herself.
Very good. If this is too personal, you have to answer it. But are you university educated, Tips?
That's right. I have a bachelor's in software engineering.
I have a master's in physics. So yeah.
Whoa.
I'm just always curious about like people's backgrounds, right? Because like Mahjong does seem to be accessible to everyone.
Right.
I'm always curious to see like if we have some people who are like, oh yes, I studied. I know Jenn was talking about how she got into Mahjong because I think it was someone in her school or someone in her university class. I can't remember now what she said. She was really into Mahjong.
Right.
And so she wanted to try and get into Mahjong to sort of make friends, which I think is really cool.
I noticed when it comes to Riichi Mahjong, a lot of the people who first picked it up and essentially started playing it were like computer programmers or worked in computer related fields. Maybe just because of how you generally had to play it online back then, right? There weren't really many online in-person scenes. Chinese Mahjong and American Mahjong definitely had a foothold in terms of in-person play before that. But Riichi kind of came over a lot through online play. It was one of the most accessible, I guess, formats to play online in English.
It took a very long time for an English Mahjong to come out, yeah.
And
I still remember the times where you had to sort of deal with a language you didn't quite understand.
Right.
But you would just with the games you'd play anyway.
In fact, there are a number of sort of, I guess you'd call them Westerners who like learned Mahjong and learned Japanese at the same time, sort of through Mahjong. So it's pretty
The
interesting.
only Japanese I've learned has been like anything that's vaguely related to martial arts or anything I've been like wrong about. People are like, actually, it's based on this. I'm like, okay, cool, thank you. Tell me more.
So
We have
Asami
Tenpai
here gets Tenpai. Yeah, this is a dealer. That's Dora 3. This is actually a
This
game
is the
changer.
kind of hand you would Dharma. You would not reach this, right?
I don't know. Maybe you want to scare people off, but she's going to dominate. Makes sense.
Just because I feel like the win rate you want to try and maximize when you've got that many Dora.
Right. But she's definitely not the only one knocking at the door. Hinata finds Tenpai. Discard Dora for reach. That actually passes, though. She could technically call it, but it wouldn't be great. Like, to pwn it as Dora 3. I don't think
I just said
do.
you could Dharma, but now there's another reach on the table. Yeah. Do you just go, okay, pursue reach, let's go?
Seems very likely that our dealer
I think there'd be an
Asami
exception
here could do it.
If the reach had the player played reach had tiles that were safe to you. Like if she discarded a 5 or 8 up to this point,
that's right.
Maybe you would then try and stay sneaky.
Call
Interesting how she also
Genbutsu
reached from the tile in her hand as well.
Yes, that's really big. So that nobody knows that she was Tenpai beforehand. I was just going to mention she got a perfect tile to disguise it because it was a copy of a tile already in her hand. So it just looks natural. Looks like a natural chasing Riichi from the dealer. A good camouflage there.
Two very, very good Riichis, but one is significantly more scary than the other.
Yeah, but the 5 and the 8 pin are more common in the other players' hands.
Yeah.
In fact, we see Matsuda with 3 of the 3 pin, and with Hinata having the last 3 pin. That 1 pin is isolated. So I don't think anyone's really going to be able to use it. It's just a matter of whether they're willing to push the 1 pin. Of course, there really aren't many 4 pin either left in the wall. So we will see just who connects, if any at all. We might go to another draw and another redeal. Oh!
No, we have the 5 pin coming in.
Big Sumo finds an Uemura.
Flip. That's the other benefit of Riichi, obviously. We get to flip those Uradora. With Reach and the Uemura flip.
18,000?
And the Honba.
I think it's 18. Yeah, 18,000 plus the bonuses. That's a Hanemon.
Yeah, I didn't want to calculate it because of the Honba, but we see the numbers there on the screen. Oh my!
An absolutely enormous point swing there for Asami and for Saya Channel. They're knocking on the door of first place. Well,
this is what you.
Maybe that's a bit of an exaggeration. There's still over 100-point difference, but it's the momentum, right? If it happens in the first game, we had the team Jongring last week, and they were big believers in momentum. The 2 Nikaido sisters.
Definitely, there's some truth to that when we're talking about sort of focus and confidence. I think sometimes.
Right. I said if your team can get first, then you'll feel more confident in getting first yourself later on.
Yeah, I'm not a flow enjoyer. I'm sorry, guys. I don't believe in flow, but I do think that mindset is huge for a game like this.
Right.
Anything that helps me with focus is...
You don't want to make any mistakes.
Yeah, exactly.
If you look at single hands on their own, it's mostly luck in terms of one hand at a time. But what they say is Mahjong is a game of little mistakes compounding over many games. So
that is why we play League.
So it can be hard to tell exactly how good a player is just from one game or even a couple games, but as you watch them play more and more, you stay tuned, then you can kind of see the little mistakes start to add up into like a cumulative sum kind of thing.
Exactly. I think this is a really interesting situation here between Asami and Kozome.
Yes.
Asami holding that East, Kozome having a pair of them, it being the East round, of course, so Dora 3 East is certainly possible. But I'm just wondering when or if Asami's even going to cut that East, because it's going to trigger that East is a spark. It's going to trigger something.
Yeah, it's a big if. The spark may never
Yes.
be struck in the
But
entire
I see it
hand.
and I get anxious in a good way. I want to see huge hands. But
Yeah, it's definitely the match that will light the dynamite or the fireworks, I guess.
I think his army right now is one away from Tempai.
Oh,
We have another East drawn.
okay.
Interesting.
Hinata's got one as well, but the other two are locked away. Here comes a call. This might be the trigger that sets it off. Or it might be a half flush. Okay, she's gonna lock it in her hand with the half
I
flush.
say I didn't see any of the Yaku there. She's not in the south seat, so has to be either use the East somehow or go for that flush, as you say. I always forget. I do have a document here. I think this has head bump, right? So if there is a situation where two players are waiting on the East,
right.
and Matsuda has
the fifth East.
I'm going to say in real life misclick. It could happen. Ooh, but this is not quite Tempai. Not quite Tempai.
Yeah.
One away.
I mean, Matsuda's been sort of hedging her hand between the triplets and the 7 pairs. She's just been keeping copies of the same tiles. I mean, it's not bad advice even to start with. But now she is 1 away from Suanko with the 2 triplets. Suanko being that Yakuman 4 concealed triplets worth a ton of points. 32,000 plus 4 Honma.
At least I never see it in high level play because oftentimes people will settle for less. They'll call.
Right.
3 concealed triplets is nice. Toy is fine if it's the only thing you can get. I often see players who are more than willing to give up on that dream. Having said that, though, I don't think we're going to be seeing many of the 5s and 4s getting played by anyone, right? So
yeah, they all look.
Have to draw them herself.
They all seem to be part of other shapes, and even if they're not, it's pretty dangerous at the end of the second line to be discarding a middle tile you haven't seen like that.
Exactly. Yeah. That flush is slowly getting there. It's just, unfortunately, taking its time.
That's right.
Oh, okay. With that call, she's now 1 away. Okay. I was that was a chi. It was a 789 chi. So we're not talking all triplets here.
Right.
But still.
We just saw an enormous hand from Asami. Will Matsuda be able to turn it right back around here and reclaim her first place that was taken from her?
Imagine if we saw today. Oh no, I saw the pins. I saw the pins and I got excited for a second there.
She took a really long arc with that draw. That's what happens when you can feel the tiles, right? You feel the circles on them and you're like, oh, maybe this is the one. But it wasn't. Okay, so she is not even going to call triplet based. She's going to chi. I mean, a Tempai is a Tempai here, but it's worth a lot less, but it's getting so close to the end.
There's no time left in the hand, right? So just being Tempai, being ready. If you win, great. If you just get the Tempai payment, that's also fine.
And there's actually still about 15 tiles, so if you're optimistic, you can hold out. But
well,
it's 15 tiles is like 4 draws in the end.
I don't think I'm that optimistic. Interesting. 1 away for her as well. Oh, but the 3-pin.
Oh, she knows. That's the M-Leaguer.
It'll be Tempai, though.
M-Leaguer senses once again kicking in and preventing her from dealing in. What a huge hold.
Very good pick out there from Kozome. Getting to Tempai there with that second call.
Yep, that'll save her a few thousand as well as give her a few thousand. So it's almost 3,000 point swap. It's more than a 3,000 point shift, actually.
Yeah. I know it doesn't feel like a lot, but it does add up, trust me.
Yeah, whenever you start to add the negatives that you have to pay to
that too, yeah.
It's sort of like balancing. It's like balancing the books. You can't just write off the debts. They exist.
Yeah.
And so a lot of times when you're folding versus when you're pushing, it's also part of the calculations. So if you have a hand worth maybe 2,000 points, but if you fold, you're gonna have to pay, 1,000 or 1,500, or maybe even 3,000 if everyone's tempai. Then that 2,000, the difference between them isn't just 2,000, but it's closer to 3,000 or even 5,000. And so that might convince you to push when you consider like, okay, if I win, I get 5,000 points more than if I had folded.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There are definitely books about that. People have done numbers and run them on actual matches. And yes, it's very interesting to see what the averages for certain situations are sometimes.
Especially in these kinds of situations, the calculations are some of the most obscure. When you fold and you go to a draw, a lot of people just put the points on the table robotically because it's just it's a change of points that you're done and you say, oh, I'm glad I didn't deal in, I escaped that. I'll just pay these out because that's what I have to do. But sometimes the points you put on the table versus what you could have won is actually worth about a 3-Han hand, right? Like a 3-Han hand can be worth about 4,000, and the difference between going up and down can also be worth about 4,000.
Yeah, if you're the only person not tempai, you lose 1,000, they all gain 1,000. So you lose 3,000, they all gain 1,000. Exactly 4,000 points. It's huge, right?
Yeah.
Especially if it happens more than once.
Right. And sometimes that means it can be worth the risk to put out a dangerous tile if you just need one to stay tempai. But evidently, our dealer Asami, who was leading by so much, didn't think it was necessary to throw the 3-pin.
Yeah, definitely your decision about whether to be aggressive or not does depend a lot on whether you're in the lead or not. Yeah, for sure. If you're ahead, maybe your priority is going to be defending the lead. If you're behind, you can't lose more points. You need to score something somehow.
Right, and we see Kozome following that methodology, drawn a Formon. So like, there's a lot of skill thinking involved, a lot of decisions to make. There's also a lot of luck as well. And Kozome is capitalizing on it here with the Formon in hand.
Yeah, I one of my favorite sort of metaphors for mahjong is it's like watering a plant, right? You can give a plant all the water you need for it to grow. You can't make it grow.
That's true.
Hopefully it will.
That's true. That's a good analogy that I've never thought about before.
You have to sort of provide the right conditions.
Right.
So if you keep the hand in a cupboard and doesn't get enough light, then you're doing something wrong, right? But we have a Riichi here though.
A first Riichi.
A lot of care being taken to make it work, to build it correctly, and then hopefully, once you've got all that effort put in, you can see it pay off.
Okay, Matsuda is going forward with the hand as well. Actually, that's a safe 3-pin, so it not only does it help her, it's also a fairly safe tile. Kozome 1 away still.
I think it's because we play the 1-pin at least. I think there's definitely a path that she can get to tempai without having to take huge risks. It's still a bit of a risk, but
yep, same thing here. Matsuda with a little bit of risk. The once cut red dragon, it passes, and she's still 1 away. Ooh, that's a tough one. Not going to discard it quite yet.
Potential Sanchoku. I don't talk about Sanchoku a lot here, but I do see that 3-4-5 for Kozome, and I see that being like potential route to getting right back into this game, right?
That's true.
Sanchoku Daishin.
Definitely get her into third.
Yeah, but still, sometimes when the gap's this bad, you have to take it one step at a time and climb up the ladder. You can't just skip to the top step.
Yeah, I mean, there's 5 Honba. She would get her dealer back as well. Then another chance to get into second. She could get into second if Matsuda deals in. Matsuda is playing a little aggressively here because her hand is almost there.
As like we say at the very start of the stream, right? Her team's in third place.
Right.
So you want to try and maybe just be a little bit more sort of, what if we won? What if we didn't get second? What if we actually got the first place bonus?
Exactly. Because of the bonus, the extra 20 or 20,000, depending on how you calculate.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of extra
points. It's like if everyone put a 5,000 point bet in the start, and then the winner takes all 20k.
A lot of thought here, and it's a fold. A little bit.
I would say the pins have really not been played much by anyone, right?
That's right.
And also with the 7-pin being the reach tile, Tiles around the Riichi tile tend to be, I think, 5% less safe. So
yeah, Asami has the same
think-
idea, but Kozome does not. Out comes the 8-so, and she is Tenpai as well. 8-so, of course. She would have hoped Hinata discarded that one turn earlier, so the decision wasn't so hard, but she'll take it.
Yeah, the 3-5 mixture proceedings is a lot less valuable once you've opened, but you take what you can get, right?
Yeah, it still has the Dora 3-so in it, so.
Yeah, open Sanshoku, I think all simples as well, and the Dora. So yeah, it's not nothing. With 5 Honba.
Yeah.
Because we've been at this for a while.
And the dealer bonus.
Exactly.
Ooh, okay, outcomes 3.
Oh, okay, Sanshoku giving up on.
Yeah, for safety reasons.
Yeah. Still Tenpai though, and as I was saying, with the pot having, I'd say it's pretty significant. 5 Honba, right? And 1 Riichi stick.
Yes.
Actually, 2 Riichi sticks now.
Sumo!
Do you see that 5?
So Kozume's push pays off, bravely venturing in against the Riichi.
Back in the game.
You don't think it's
still like last place, but
yeah, it's not quite enough for
last
third
place
place.
with a chance. Yeah,
but it's a lot of points as dealer.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to do what you can. 5,500 is not. It's not nothing.
Yeah.
Now, if you get another one of those, you are back into at least not last territory.
She's collected 2 Riichi sticks, and there are 6 Honba on the table, so this is, again, an important hand. 1,800 extra points to be won.
Yeah, I do love when the Honba counter keeps going up. We've seen dealer changes, I think, right?
Yes. A lot of the Honbas actually, yes, is actually because of a draw. I think we've had these Honbas since East 2, maybe even since East 1, but they've been going around between the dealers since East 2 at least.
Yeah, 1,800 points to win this hand. Honba might not sound like a lot, but when you say it like that, it's it suddenly feels a lot more, right?
Yeah. I mean,
a lot
of people say maybe Honba should be bigger so they actually have an effect. But at this point, it's basically a 2 Han hand worth of points. About 2,000. It's definitely not something that you overplay your hand over. Especially because if you deal in, you have to pay the 1,800 extra points.
Yeah, when it was 4,000, maybe, but 1,000, yeah, okay. Yeah.
Right.
But I've definitely played in real sets where the repeat counter bonus is more than that.
Yes, and then you really feel it.
Yeah. You can't stop thinking about it because, like, oh, well, that's like 1,000 points of counter, and you see like 3 or 4, you're like, oh, okay.
Right.
But that's not the rule set we're playing today.
That's right. We're playing with regular Honba. 300 points apiece. Some people say 100 because it's 100 per player on a sumo.
I'm assuming that's where it came from, right?
Yes. It's just an extra 100 from each player. But in terms of calculation, the winner receives another 300 for each Honba. So that's how I like to think about it. Every Honba is worth about 300 points.
Everyone's discard. Everyone's hand here.
Okay, we're calling it up. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Hang on, wait. Did that was it? I think it was just all simples, right? It wasn't.
I think so.
Okay. So
wait,
you said 1, 2, 3.
I thought she called 1, 2, 3. I don't think it's all simples.
This is Sanshoku. Oh, it is Sanshoku. Is it?
She discarded the Sozu, the bamboos 1, 2, 3.
She probably has the Yakai, and I'm probably just missing it. That would make a lot of sense. Speaking of Yakai, though, we do have that pair of green dragons. It's just.
Oh, we got another call, calling the 3-so, giving the 3-so a good home here. And now this is an all simples hand from Kozome.
Yeah. I think sometimes you've got to react to what the other player's doing on the table, right?
That's right.
Like, it's all well and good to go for value, but when you see someone who's made 2 calls, you're like, okay, either I win this, or
exactly
I fold, because I'm probably not going to be fast enough with my current strategy.
Oh, another 5-so. Okay, all right.
See that 5-so being considered very dangerous later on in the hand. It's all probably already being considered very dangerous with this many calls.
Right. I definitely see people trying to avoid dealing in already. You could see some people being tempai. But Hinata's still pushing here. Out comes the 5,
Hinata with
so...
no fear. But also, her hand is mostly just middle tiles, right? So
Right.
it's kind of a bit of stuck between a rock and a hard place. At
Yeah.
least you might as well attack while doing it.
There's not really any safe routes away.
Yeah.
You know, the top of the red dragon looked a little bit like the 7 of bamboos when you hide the bottom because they both have red on the top.
I kind of see that, yeah.
Matsuda reaches tempai here.
It's the same shade. I'm actually curious now. Like, so I see someone draw the red dragon.
Yeah. I mean, I said that because Kozome just did it with their 7 so in hand. Will we find tempai? Kozome just can't get there.
Yeah, she's definitely going to be playing around trying to win with both those Dora. Although, ooh, that's not helpful.
Well, you could wait on the Dora if you want for more Dora, but yeah, Matsuda is not going to go that greedy here.
I think at this point, if you haven't seen them, there's a very good chance someone else has them, I think. But then,
yeah,
I've talked to people about this before, and people's philosophy on the Dora is always very interesting to hear.
Right.
Because I don't think you'd see any player discard Dora this late. Probably.
Right, but the 5-pin, to have to discard it being so close to the Dora, even though it's not the Dora, it's also pretty dangerous. So you can see why Matsuda wouldn't want to do that, even though there's slightly more value in airing up the Dora and winning. We've already seen her give up the Suanko, the 4 concealed triplets in order to chi near the end to get tempai, and it worked out there. She didn't get a misfire draw, a backfire draw.
Yeah, I think honestly, I think that was fine. Like,
yeah,
I know that you said there were about 17 tiles left. Yeah, I still think it's fine though, because it's better to be tempai than not to have any.
Asami thinking the 4/5 mon are the safest tiles to discard from the hand, so out comes the 4 mon.
Once again, the 3-pin rearing its head for Matsuda.
Asami gets tempai, calling 3-pin.
Now,
Kozome gets tempai. Out comes a 6-pin Dora.
You know, I was just saying about how I didn't expect anyone to play a Dora, but going for more number of tiles, and there it is, the 7.
Works out for Matsuda. Maybe she would have gotten Dora for even more points if she had made the switch, but still sumos this win. Give the East tile in hand. That's 6 Honba. I think maybe the Honba came into effect here as well, right?
Yeah,
you just want to get the win as much as possible to get the extra 1,800 points. And Matsuda.
For me, it'd be like just being afraid of dealing in, but perhaps she saw something about that 6 being safe that I didn't notice at the time.
Yeah, Matsuda Mangan Sumo will get her back into first place.
Yeah, we're only in South 1, so plenty of time to make that happen.
That's right.
It doesn't have to also, you can take a slower route. You don't have to rush it.
Yep. But this might be the hand for it. Already 5 pairs right off the bat. Matsuda with another fortuitous hand. A shining hand. A golden hand.
Yeah, 5 pairs, but it could also be a pure sequence. I know
exactly.
We don't aim for pure sequence. The fact that it's locked in.
Hinata with a huge 5-so draw as well. This is an interesting draw.
Oh.
This kind of throws the hand off a little bit. You could just discard it. She's not going to, though. No. Actually cuts the 7 from 6/7, so locking into either a triplet or a pairs type hand. Not willing to use runs here.
I think that's really interesting, yeah.
I mean, she's so close. But here comes Hinata. She just needs a pair. Oh, this is 1 1 1 2 3 4. Yeah, that's a bit of a backfire on the 6/7. That's a tough one.
So I was thinking, what like, I was wondering if like cutting the 2-man would have been a bad idea there. I'm genuinely not sure. I was thinking about it.
Yeah, definitely a tough decision there. That's one that could be reviewed in the future.
Yeah, meanwhile, we have Asami here, just not quite anything to work with. Maybe I'm being pessimistic, but a lot of work needs to be done to make that hand work. Oh, Okay, so we're going back on the 7 pairs plan. This would be Tenpai.
Huh.
And after cutting the 7 and the 1...
Oh, no Riichi, though. Maybe she's trying to hide the trap. Hopefully she can draw another triplet and cut like a swap from the hand. A karagiri.
Interesting, yeah.
Discard a tile from inside the hand. Oh, there it is. That's the ultimate tile for Hinata. Number 1 draw. She's got an enormous weight as the dealer here.
And now... Poor...
maybe Matsuda happy she didn't reach you now.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I don't know what I would want to do here. I'm not cutting a 5 or a 4.
That's
it's early? No.
That's tough.
You can't convince me to do that.
Ipatsu discard. It goes through. Much
so brave
courage here from Matsuda, taking the route that she believes will guide her to victory. 5 so right out.
Fourth has come out. It's rewarded
patches
too.
It right on the next discard. Didn't Riichi, so not as big, but still a win and still an evasion of a big dealer hand. Man, Hinata had such a good weight. This is the classic meme, I guess. This is the classic situation people talk about. You have this big 3-sided weight, Sanmen-chan, 369 mon, and you lose to a pair weight, a Tanki weight, the 4 mon only. For Matsuda.
It never feels good.
Oh,
but that's what I'm saying. It's like watering a plant, right? You can give it the perfect conditions to grow, and sometimes just won't. That's Mahjong. I'm sorry.
Matsuda gets it this time. Matsuda is the lucky one in this.
That is going to make this battle very interesting, though.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Hinata
out.
without any more dealers.
I think this is turned into 2 separate mini battles. I think.
True.
Battle for first and a battle for third.
True.
But definitely points to be won by all 4 players here. It's not over. The game's they're still going to be really invested trying to get just a little bit of extra points. Unless... No, okay. For a second, I'm like, orphans? No.
Yakuman time?
It's a really bad idea, but like...
For some people, it's always Yakuman time.
Yes, as streamers, I feel like you've probably experienced that a lot too.
But you gotta know when to hold them, and you gotta know when to fold them, right?
Yeah.
You know, initially, the song is about poker, but I feel like it fits Mahjong even more.
I think that's probably the reason why that song is very popular, right? Because it applies to life in general.
That's fair.
You know, there's holding and folding in real life too, right?
I was at a concert. I was at a concert one time, and the headliner was a really good artist, but he had been getting old, and he was kind of suffering from a little bit of dementia. Still a great player, but you could tell he was starting to go a little bit. And he played, the song is called The Gambler. Then know when to hold them, know when to fold. He played it, and they finished the song. They had a little bit of water break, and he called for the same song again. And everyone thought it was funny, and they played the song again. And they finished the song the second time. And then he called for it a third time, and then they realized it wasn't a bit. They had to, the rest of the band had to step in at that point and be like, no, we're not playing that song again.
Well, I mean, at least the crowd were good with it, all right?
Right.
Like, I would definitely cheer for someone who was doing that.
Right.
Oh, that's just sad, but oh. But hopefully, you know, he was having a good time at least. That's the important thing.
Yeah, you gotta know.
But yeah. So he shunted here for Asami. I have noticed that Asami seems to have chilled out a little bit. And I know her draws have not been quite as good since the 24,000 point win, but
right.
We've seen a lot less aggression from that position of power, that lead.
Well, this might be her chance. An enormous double twin sequences, or Yanpeiko, but the 2 of the 8-pin are here in Kozume's hand.
Brian's not coming.
Tenpai!
I've
Dealer
been
Tenpai.
burned by Ryan too many
This
times.
is Matsuda's chance to take first place back.
But yes, Matsuda as dealer.
Well,
Perfect time to make something
maybe
happen.
not quite enough to get first place back, especially with the open call, but it's a start. A Khan would do it though. I wonder if she would open Khan a one man to just try and fish some points out.
I feel like in this position, I feel like I would.
Yeah.
I feel like I'd be feeling that
I like
aggressive.
it. I like it.
Just because of the gaps, really. Because what's the gap between you and third place? That's right. It's over 27,000 points.
25,000. Yeah, exactly.
So what do you have to lose by going for that extra draw, trying to get the win? Maybe even flip yourself Sandora.
Yeah, or the extra Han for the Rinshan, the win right off the replacement tile. And we were talking about double twin sequence for Asami, but she also has a number of other tiles that get her to Tenpai. They're not quite as lucrative, would only be a single twin sequence. But still a valuable hand, especially if she's in first, to get a win like that.
I think also the big value is denying Matsuda her last leadership rank.
Yes.
Like when you know that your opponents can't keep chaining wins anymore.
Oh, the last 8 pins. So Ryan is not coming unless Kozome discards one after Asami gets Tenpai. It might still happen. Definitely.
I think Kozome's more likely just to reach her and keep it as a triplet, probably.
Yes, I agree.
Does she have any other pairs?
Oh,
it doesn't matter because we see
Matsuda catching the one, so
the one, so yeah.
And that is
again, not a huge
loss
win
for Hinata. Oh, sorry, loss for Asami. I misread the order there. So Matsuda catches up, actually. Really, best player to hit.
4,000 points closer, and we're starting to see this Homba count increase again.
Yeah, and the one is now the Dora, so it'll be worth a lot more than it was last hand. I don't think people will be discarding it quite as much. Ooh, this is not a great opening hand for Matsuda. She might actually go for the 13 orphans here. Kokushimuso.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 is the tough one. That's normally where you're able to make a draw in more casual settings, but no draws in tournament game. Asami's got a bit of a monster, though. A little bit slower with the half flush, but I guess this is her chance to run away with the lead.
Okay, 9 in a pair.
I think 9 in a pair is not much better than 9 at the beginning.
Holy
double south as well with the half flush.
And
8,000 points here from Asami could put the game away.
Yeah, if I'm Matsuda here, what do I want to do?
I think you just have to keep going for Kokushimuso.
I always try and recommend to have a backup plan, but I'm trying to think what the backup plan is. Like a half flush, maybe? I don't.
Yeah, I mean, usually the backup plan for the 13 orphans is like a Honroto, all terminals and honors, 7 pairs.
7 pairs would be good, yeah.
That's usually what you end up with. Oh, but Asami just keeps getting the perfect draws. She's 1 away. This is going to be really hard for our dealer here, Matsuda.
I definitely have a feeling that we could be seeing...
Oh, another pair! That's 3 pairs. All right.
It's doable. And with the Dora Wonso, you know, there's still a lot of value in this, even as 7 pairs hand. Although, speaking of the Dora Wonso...
Yes.
Kozome is going to be really, really motivated to push this. So
her hand is about 3 away. I'm not even going to keep the 6, though. Looks like 4 away then.
Yeah. I would have kept the bad shape. Because ooh.
And she's going to cut the pair. All right, all in on 13 orphans.
Now we do see 3 of those souths there. I think the 4th south is not in the hand.
So for Asami.
Yeah, I think this could be over pretty quickly. No one expects a hand as valuable as Asami's this early in the hand.
Matsuda's going to keep going. Now comes the 9 to wait on the west. That's might catch someone off guard. Like Kozome. Oof.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Kozome. This has not been your game.
That's a tough loss. Kozome does still have a dealer turn. We see the black stick on the table going under 0 now.
Yeah, exactly. As last dealer, anything can happen. As long as you keep winning, the game will end. So, yeah.
There is Asami's. That could be the nail in the coffin. I won't say it's completely over. Still
No.
12,000, actually 11,000 is definitely doable.
You're talking about
Especially,
Mongun Sumo.
yeah,
It's not quite there, but it's almost doable, right?
it is. Asami's the dealer now, so Mangan Sumo on this turn will be enough to overtake for Matsuda.
That is actually, yeah, that's very true.
Because Asami's now the dealer. Ooh. But it's definitely a bit of a breath of fresh air, especially when you get your hand dealt to you like that and it's so good. You get a triplet of South hidden and you have a half flush. Oh, comes so quickly that Kozome was still pushing in her position. She kind of had to take the risks and it just all works out.
Exactly. And yeah, as you say, the black stick there, just because Kozome has gone under 0 points does not mean the game is over. In fact, she can still play, she can still reach.
That's right.
It's just that we consider her score to be negative. So it's not over for her. She can still reach, she can still come back.
Yeah, Mangan Sumo does not quite get her into third place, but it would set her up very well for her dealer turn.
Exactly.
Matsuda might be able to get a Mangan here. Of course, Asami's hand is not too bad either. Kozuma's hand still needs a good bit of work, unfortunately. That's a tough one. Hinata might be able to cash out with a quick south pawn. I wonder if she wants to do that. The scores are just so separated that maybe she wants to do it just to prevent Kozome from catching up into third. And her team overall, TF Channel, is well in the lead in the tournament. So maybe just taking a third and not... not falling into fourth is the best play. So maybe a cheap hand works out here for Hinata.
I think that's honestly really reasonable. Yeah.
Asami.
Making sure that you... Because at this point, it is just damage control, right? You're probably not going to be scoring 29,000 points.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe, but probably not.
It's definitely a maybe moment. You sort of have to see it in your hand. Oh, Dora! Dora for Matsuda. So Matsuda, as I said, might be able to catch the Mangan. We'll just have to be a little bit faster to catch Asami here, though.
I think it's really interesting for Matsuda. Cutting the... I know I talk about... Sanchoku a lot. And the reason why she's doing this, actually, because we see 2 of the 7s discarded. But I was thinking the 6, 7, 8... Say, oh, did she do 7?
Yes, she did. And out it goes right back.
6, 7, 8 mixed from the sequence.
Yeah, there's an 8, 9 in her discard. The ultimate backfire tile there. Stings a little bit.
Because with that shape, I would have cut the 2 of Pinzu first because of that 6, 7, 8 mixture sequence. I was about to go on a tangent about that. It actually turns out we wouldn't have been punished by that because we drew the 9 man, which is fine.
All right,
but
one away.
But yeah, I was about to call that one out.
If Matsuda catches another Dora 2-man here, she's looking at not just Mangan, but potentially Haneman. Ideally, she gets a 6 or an 8 so first, so that she can get Pinfu in the hand. But Asami is first to strike. Dealer Riichi. That's going to be dangerous for the rest of the entire table. South is going to be even scarier in Kozume's hand. We know she hasn't discarded it yet for Hinata, but now it's going to be even harder. Whoa! Fighting reach!
I absolutely respect it, honestly.
This is Matsuda's chance to get first. For sure, for sure. It's an extra 1,000 points.
2-5.
Yes. Bormon, so close, but no.
Oh, anything could happen here. The 2 top players. Oh my. Not quite.
Green Dragon.
I do love the way some players draw their tiles, you know, especially when they know they're in reach. They want to just add that extra bit of drama.
I wonder if she's putting it up to the broadcast camera. Kind of looks like she's used to the broadcast table. Sumo, it's definitely the cheaper side. That's 200 cheaper. But maybe with Uradora? That's a Manzu? No. It's a... Nope.
The Uradora was the
7 of dots, so no dice there.
But still, huge win for Matsuda.
Yes.
Not getting into first place, but definitely in range. Any win will do now, assuming that
Yeah, especially because Asami reached. That's 1,000 points that she lost, and another 1,000 that Matsuda won.
Yeah, exactly.
So
You were talking about this
now,
earlier, right? It's not just the
yes,
1,000 points that she won; it's the 1,000 points that was lost as well.
that's
Got to
right.
keep that in mind when you reach sometimes. But I do think Asami's reach was perfectly fine and justified. It's just unfortunate.
Yeah, she was the first to Tenpai as well, but Matsuda able to catch up. Matsuda's been playing a very risky game today, and so far her risks have paid off. She's been making the courageous discards, even into Hinata's reach just before her. Even when Hinata was the dealer, but it just wasn't Hinata's tile. Managed to catch that 7 pairs. That was a huge win for Matsuda.
Yeah, Matsuda's favorite movie is The Greatest Showman, but this right here is The Greatest Show. Honestly, I really enjoyed this. This game has been so exciting, right?
She's been putting
Right
on
down to the one.
a big show. We are in South 4. Our last place player is the dealer, so even she's not out of the picture.
I think Hinata's goal here is going to be to win something very, very cheap. She did just draw the 7, which filled in her really bad 6A shape.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
But yeah, we're going to be seeing, I think, a race here between 3rd and 4th, but also between 1st and 2nd. So anything can happen.
Yeah, Kozome is not going anywhere yet. The ability to reach even when in negative points is going to be a very, very big advantage here, an important privilege that she needs to exercise if she can get to Tenpai.
Because no one wants to do into a last place dealer Riichi.
Yeah. Especially when they are desperate. That's right. Yeah, her team's in last place as well, so it's double reason to be shooting for the stars. Shooting the moon, as Hearts players might say.
Yeah, I'm cheering for you. Because I mean, you can claw back at least a little bit. Come on, you can do this, I believe.
No dice there, but she still has the 5 pairs option. She just needs one more pair for Tenpai.
Really interesting draw from Matsuda here.
Yeah, 1 away for Matsuda. That's her chance to get first. A lot of different stories here in this game for our different players. She's gonna lock in the pairs.
Matsuda's hand's looking more and more like Pinfu only.
This is Tenpai, but what's the weight? Well, she doesn't Riichi. I see the 2-so, but it feels like it should also be 3-so, I think.
Did I miss that? Maybe. I'll have to have a look.
It's a funky hand, but whatever it was,
probably it's a way to pair up the forwards.
She was not confident enough. Yeah, 3-so wins this as well. It's both 2 and 3. I don't think 1-so wins. No, 1-so doesn't win, and 5-so also doesn't win. So it's 2 and 3. A very strange weight, not a typical shape, but Hinata does not want to reach on it. I wonder. Okay, we have a south reach for our dealer. Riichi waiting on south.
How's south looking? Has been decided by anybody?
Does Hinata fight this now? Because she does not have. Okay, she has a better weight, but still no Yaku. Actually, I don't even know if this is a better weight, right? Because the last weight, the 4s that you have in your hand isolate the 2 and the 3, so maybe she's just discarding it for safety. Either way, I'm sure she doesn't want to deal into the dealer and lose 3rd place. But she cannot roan. That's a tough. There out comes a 3-pin, and she can't roan because she has no Yaku. I mean, at least she didn't chombo. Bright line, silver lining. Yeah, Hinata playing this very defensively. And missing out on a win from it already. We will see whether it's the right decision or not. Out comes a 5-pin from Asami.
Asami's playing this very aggressively. I'm surprised.
Oh, huge weight now. 258. Is it Furiten? It's not. I mean, this is everything she wanted. She doesn't need the big points, but she also has a good weight now. The reach is on the table. South 4. It's not going to get her out of 3rd, but it could be worth a lot of points just for the team score. You know, adding another 8 or 10 points.
She's unfortunately now cursed.
Yeah, she's been pushing so hard. These players seem to have instincts that are next level. She's been pushing so hard, but somehow she knows the South.
It is a live
rude that
South in the
tile.
South round
Yes.
to 2 Riichis. So
Yes.
I definitely understand the hesitation here.
Yeah. I wonder. I don't think her face looks like the face on her shirt right now. I don't think she's smiling about this one.
Oh yeah.
4 pin.
Oh,
So she's still
please.
trying to play the hand, but just
One thing I
doesn't
would like
wanna.
to be very curious about, in the next game, is if the faces on their shirts
Are the
match the
same.
players.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay. Asami also sniffing out that South is a bad tile to discard here. Hold
Yeah,
on
so
to-
Asami, especially after even seeing 1 Riich, you'd be scared.
Right.
Seeing 2, you're in a position where if you deal in, you lose first place.
Yes.
So you just need to get out as fast as you can.
Yeah, and I think she saw Matsuda folding, because normally if you fold here in Matsuda's Tenpai, you lose first place. But I think she kind of feels like Matsuda's folding, so maybe she
That's
can
also
get
fair,
away
yeah.
with not.
And
winning.
Hinata gets the win.
Hinata catches it, so no South here for Kozome. That's gonna end
No
it.
error flip, but securing 3rd place with a nice way to end. And yeah, this was a really exciting match. It came down to the wire.
Yeah, Matsuda didn't quite get there. Both Matsuda and Asami drawing that deal-in tile, that South tile, but neither of them deal it to Kozome.
Wait, no, Asami dealt in. Hang on, I missed that. Wait, Matsuda gets
I
first.
thought Matsuda dealt in, because it was the player right after. There was a 1 pin on the other side. Huh.
Well,
Yeah, I thought the 1 pin was
overlay
on
is
the other
correct,
side.
we have an upset.
Guess misread
I
it.
mean, I can't imagine that Asami's going to be that upset. But,
That's fair.
she still gets a positive score, but plus 23 instead of plus 55. I do love when a match in Mahjong comes down to the very last hand.
Yeah, that was huge. In the end, Matsuda, because you were saying Asami was trying not to deal in, not to lose first. She avoided the South.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to happen, but there we go.
And the 1 pin deals in. A tough one indeed.
But what a fun match. Like, I know I said going in that we might be seeing a lot of valuable hands, but we saw a lot of valuable hands, right?
We did see a lot of valuable hands.
The
Honba
the dealer
made sure of
Hanuman,
that.
18,000 points, with all of that pot as well, turning it to 24,000. That was huge, but it wasn't the only massive hand we saw. And honestly, this was such a fun, exciting match to watch.
Ooh.
But yeah.
Yes.
I suppose, though, there is going to be a second match, and I won't be here for that. Instead, I will be replaced by the wonderful Jenn.
Ooh, calling it out. Welcome, Jenn. Welcome to the stream.
What's up?
And
That
of
game was
course,
so exciting.
Chiral.
I was behind on the stream, but what's up?
Yeah, so before Chiral disappears, where can we catch you, Chiral?
Yeah, I'm found at twitch.tv/itsmechiral, where I do some Mahjong streams. I usually commentate on leagues, but the league has finished as of last week, I believe. So there'll be another league happening in January. So if you are in the UK, or if you're interested in playing with UK people in the UK time zone, please get in touch in the Jank and Ron Discord.
Lots of Mahjong to be played.
Oh yeah. But speaking of leagues, though, I guess we have questions to ask about a certain World Reach Online Team League. Before I go.
That's right,
Good
Jenn.
question.
You're the mastermind.
Gathering us all together and making us take part as a WRC team.
Oh, yeah, I'm really excited to have a WRC commentary team this time. I think it's going to be called like the World Reach commentary team. I think that's what we're going with, World Reach commentary.
Like WRC, but yeah, I like it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think we're not going to do champions because it's going to be like, because we have like the World Reach like league in Europe now and stuff. So I think it's not just one tournament anymore. We're going to have World Reach Pros pretty soon. So I think it's just going to be World Reach commentary. But yeah, excited. I really wanted to. I mean, unfortunately, we can't have like 7 people on the team. We can only have 4. So it's gonna be the talented commentators, the ones who actually know what they're doing, the 4 of you. And then I'll have a pro team with, I think, well, for now it's at least Garth and I are decided. And also because he's a big Samma player, KY, who I sometimes tweet about, is going to be on the team. And then one more somewhere, coming from somewhere.
It sounds like
Sure.
this is the specialist tournament. That's why you're pushing for Sanma tournament so much. You have all the Sanma specialists in your corner.
It's true. Garth and I do love Samma as well. I'm not sure if I'm good at it, but definitely my Ron rating is higher on Samma than it is on Yoma.
So that will be exciting. The 3-player World Riichi Online Team League. It's your chance to play with a lot of professionals.
This time, because you didn't get to play the 4-player one, so I'm excited to see you in the event as well.
I guess there wasn't really a World Riichi commentary at that time.
When we signed up, yeah, we had already like made the commentary team, sort of, but we hadn't actually started the Yukan Fuji commentary yet. It was about a month before we started, so.
Right. But we are here for Yukan Fuji today. And that means we have 4 players and not 3. We've seen game number 1. And our second game is going to be 4 completely new players. Our first dealer in the bottom right for Cine-Stork, looking to make a big comeback here. We've got Yuka Sunohara. Pardon?
My alarm just went off to tell me to wake up.
Oh.
So I was a little bit behind on the commentary, so I was like watching a little bit behind, but
right.
Yes.
So Yuka Sunohara in the first dealer for Cine-Stork. South team trying to maintain that TF channel dominance. We've got Miki Tsukada in our west seat for Jinro 3 Arrow in the top right there with the tiara. That's Mio Shirota. And for the Saya channel in the north seat, Satona Uemura. So,
Yes.
you have any tips, any insider tips on these players as a member of the professional life?
The Saya channel, so Saya Kakayamori, she is an M leaguer, but she's not actually on the team. She has 3 other players who appear on her channel a lot. I guess she's a little bit too busy to do Yukan Fuji right now. She also has like a young son, so she's just kind of cheering the team along. So everyone is on the team.
She's the captain. It's like Gemma.
Yeah, yeah, it's like because only 3 players can play. So.
Wow.
But the player we just saw, Asami, she was on the Driven's team.
Right.
She was drafted in 2023 season. But
so I guess technically 2 M leaguers. One is in a more backseat coaching role. That being said,
right.
Let's see the players go at it in round number 2. Well, we even saw a little bit of our other channels here. Well, there's 3 arrows. Our players getting ready for the first hand. I like on the Jinro 3 arrow, they have their full name. They have some pretty cool t-shirts, pretty cool uniforms.
The red.
I do like the red. I'm a fan of the...
Yeah.
It's for good luck. That's right. You always have to have... you have to have red chips. And you have to wear a red shirt.
Yeah, I don't wear red shirts. So it's a good thing I'm not on the team.
So far, Jinro 3 Arrow is just going to need a little bit more luck, though, in order to catch up here from their 3rd place. But they started out pretty well today, with Matsuda coming in at first. But Looks like Uemura has other plans, making the first call for Team Saya Channel. Trying to end it pretty quickly. I have not seen too many of the 6-pin Dora in these hands, but we can see Uemura has one of them. So a little more value. She's hoping to get that white dragon. That's pretty key to her hand as well. And here are the other Dora, Tsukada with 2. 1 away. So these could be some nice medium-sized hands. Almost Mangan, fighting it out open. This is what I like to call a scrappy hand. Players are fighting for every little advantage they can get, making calls, using every tool in their arsenal to win ahead of the others. And nobody's hand is like a gift here. Nobody's hand was given to them easily. Wow, Uemura with another Yakuhai. Now with a pair of North, she can win on either side, the Norths or the White Dragons.
It looks like Uemura was actually kind of hedging. She has a pair of 8 characters in her hand. It looks like she's kind of hedging maybe a half flush.
Yeah, she might be able to go all the way
there
here.
It is. She had too many groups in her hand.
Right.
So she had held on to those 8s, but
yeah, Tsukada here needs a pair. Hand looks really good, but she needs a pair still. Shirota still a little bit far away. And our front runner, Uemura here, still looks a little bit slow to be the front runner for the hand. And of course, when you don't know the rest of the player's hands, sometimes you have to feel that way as well. Out comes the White Dragon! That's gotta feel pretty good for Uemura here.
yeah, I don't think that she'll pull the North if it comes out.
Yeah, it's probably a little late for that because it's her only pair right now and her hand is so small because of all the calls she's made. So it might just be best to take the fastest.
Short, but point-wise, it's definitely
Oh, she just draws it though. She just draws the North, the last North out of the wall.
She draws it, but I think that she might, if she tempais, if she gets ready with an open-ended way, I think she'll probably end up discarding it because it doesn't actually improve the score of her hand with the flush.
Well, we will see if she decides to con. Well, tempai, so that's gonna make it come out. Yeah, I guess she could have also waited for Dora. We saw this in the previous game. There was actually a chance for one of our other players. They had the 6-7 pin. They could have discarded a 7 pin. They drew triplet, could have waited on Dora. And it would have worked out for them in that previous game. It was very surprising.
Yeah, with the Dora, she could have gotten up to Hanemon, but
yeah. Very low chance.
I mean, even not. Yeah, should have had to wait on the Dora and.
Oh, out comes the 2-pin! It passes through. Sunohara, our dealer, playing pretty aggressively here. Oh, sorry, no, that was Tsukada. Yeah, so Shirota here. Uemura. The 1-pin comes out. That's another safe tile for the other players to note. Sunohara will use the space provided by Tsukada's discard to also discard her own 2-pin.
Also wants the 5-8.
A 5! A 5 for Shirota.
Yeah, all these 5 and 8s fit into other people's hands, so it's unlikely to come out.
Yeah, it's also close to the Dora. Players generally want to accept the tiles around the Dora. Well, that's Tempai, but which tile? Okay, keeps the couple Doras. It makes the most sense. Now, we do have someone waiting on the Dora. Tsukada waiting for Dora here. 3-pin or 6-pin Dora will get her the win. 5-pin, 8-pin, so 4 different Pinzu tiles. And this 3-pin fits into our dealer's hand. We're running out of tiles.
Everybody has left such good shapes in their hands that everything... Oh, that was not a good shape, but it fills in and should be one away.
Yeah, and the 7, one of the only tiles that doesn't deal in. Tempai! Dealer reach! Let's see who folds.
5-8 character.
7,
I mean,
so...
it's gonna be hard to fold all these hands with 2 Dora for Tsukada. Uemura also has a manga in hand. It's gonna be hard to fold that. Shirota's one away, but also just not a lot of tiles to discard. I'm sorry, to fold with.
So it's an all-out brawl on the table. Who will draw their tile first? Even the 9-pin is coming out. 2, 3, 4, 5. Still no Tenpai for Shirota. That's really unfortunate. But she's going to keep pushing the hand. 6-0. Out it goes. The battle continues. Who will draw their tile? Still no Tenpai. Ooh. 3-mon discarded. 3-0. Not this time, though. Safe. There's the 8-pin. Out of the Riichi. That is quite a few points here. For Uemura. As they say, that's a lot of damage. Right off the bat, the dealer has lost 8,000. A tough one for Cine-Stork. Dealer got a good Riichi, made it Tenpai against all the other hands, and just didn't come through. The tiles did not go her way.
Like big for Saya channel gaining up on TF channel.
That's right.
Only 100-point difference is not big at all in this league. Just 2 first places, basically.
Yeah, it can be changed in one session in 3 games, 100 points easily. Well, here we are. Tsukada in the south round, our dealer. Actually, a number of the players in the Yukan Fuji Cup, Tsukada included, are a member of a mahjong playing idol group known as More. That's
it's made up of only mahjong pros. I think only from NPM. I guess not only NPM, also Sakyoisen. It's I think only those two organizations. There's no one in JPML in it. I'm not sure how active they still are. The website is still up, but I don't hear about very many like performances.
I wonder. So you go to the mahjong parlor, and then you go to karaoke to practice your singing chops, and then you go to the dance class. It's a very multi-talented entertainment industry there. Triple fives here for Shirota.
The White Dragon Tora. I hate it when it's so hard for everyone to use except for the person who has a pair of them.
Yeah, it makes for some tough decisions when you draw one of them like midway through the game. Whether you try and wait for it on a pair, or whether you discard it and hope nobody has it, or whether you hold it and fold.
Has it, right?
Yeah, so
nobody has it, right?
This is going to be one of those interesting games. What we do have is a 3-so wait for Sunohara, but she's not reaching on it. Oh, there's a 3-so. Doesn't come out though. Just gotta hold on to it.
Who would ever discard 3-so to a reach? No one on this stream would, I'm sure.
Uemura gets the 7-so, I think, or is it a 6? It's a 9. I'm doubly wrong. I didn't see it. So that's an extra pair, but it might come in handy here. Uemura 3-so small. Didn't reach, so doesn't get the extra points for believing in 3-so.
She was waiting for the Sanshoku upgrade. Or even, I guess like there could have been a double upgrade to like a outside hand, a pure outside hand, which is massive points. So.
Right. Yes, the Junchan, the pure outside with the mixed triples. That's a lot of players.
Taken 2 upgrades for that, but it was. I mean, it's worth so many points that it's kind of worth it to just instead of just a reach only.
Yeah, I think
And
a lot of players have that outside Sanshoku as one of their favorite hands. It just looks so beautiful when it comes together. When you open call for it, it's still at least 3 Han, so it's still not bad. When you get it closed, it's already 5 Han, and then if you Riichi, it makes a 6th. It's once in a blue moon, it comes together, and you can score amazing amount of points on those edge tiles.
you'll see a lot of pros playing, looking for at least 2 Han before they reach. In a lot of situations, especially if their weight is not very good.
That's
Trying to
right.
make the risk worth it with points.
Our new dealer here, Mio Shirota from RMU. He's we actually have a lot of veterans on this table. Everyone's been playing for about 10 years as a pro. Ooh.
Here's this veteran. I'm like twice as long as all these people today.
We have a super veteran on commentary. Veteran Jenn to the Mahjong scene here.
I'm not necessarily proud of that. I would rather be at 10 years at this point in time.
But Mio Shirota, she's made it to the individual finals for Yukan Fuji twice in her veteran career here. And not so much this year. Currently, she's in 170th, so the individual title is going to be a little hard for her. But hopefully, with her team, and maybe starting with this hand right here, waiting on 3 pin, she does decide to reach it. So maybe starting with this hand.
6th game, and she's at minus 102 right now. But 4 first places could bring her up within the realm of making it to the individual finals. So she just needs to get first place 4 times out of her last 5 games.
As we were saying, if you can just get all firsts, anything can happen.
And her hand right now is also, she just needs 1 upgrade to get that hand we were talking about. But against this reach, it's really hard. Alright, she's reached.
Shirota is in reach. Yes.
Oh, okay.
No.
So she could have waited for the upgrade.
It's extremely similar to the previous case with Sunohara's hand, but she took the opposite decision. She decided to reach on it.
Yeah, she was even one closer to that outside hand.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would have waited for that. It's a really tough call.
Yeah, I mean,
she is dealer.
it's worth so much, but it's also only 1 tile that gets you there.
Yeah.
And you cannot roam.
A general rule of thumb is you want to have at least double the upgrades of the winning tiles that you have when you decide not to reach. So if there's 8 tiles that can upgrade you and 4 tiles that win you the hand, then it makes sense to wait for the upgrade. But
yeah, she catches the win here. It's an Uradora, so I think that'll make up at least a little bit for the cheapness of her hand.
You were 2,000 from each player.
Not bad at all. Almost in the lead now. Just 1,000 points behind.
She'll get to be dealer one more time. Her catchphrase is Fluffy, and I have no idea what that means. But she is on the werewolf team.
Mahjong wolf. Right. They play werewolf. So maybe she's always the werewolf. Some people they like being the werewolf. Some people complain that why am I always the werewolf? But at least when you're the werewolf, you always have something to do when night comes around. With all those kind of trader games, there's always some people who get the reputation like, oh, we should vote them out every time. They're always the werewolf. Vote for them. It's a safe. And then it feels bad sometimes. I'm not always the werewolf. But now she's embraced it as the fluffy Maybe if she's a fluffy werewolf, people will be less likely to vote her out.
We don't have usually a lot of information on the RMU players. A lot of them are quite new, and the website doesn't provide a whole lot of information. But she was actually the first woman to earn the RMU level A license.
So that was an A-level decision, getting the sumo before waiting for the upgrade, and it worked out.
Yeah, JPML has the Dani system. RMU has a license system.
Now she can drive A-level cars on the mahjong table.
Right, exactly. The racing.
Yeah.
A-level license is a racing license. I used to have the B-level racing license.
Oh. Racing is scary. Oh, is she gonna keep the 2-pin here? Long thought for Tsukada. It's so close to the Dora, I guess she's gonna keep the 2-pin. Cuts a pair of 6 though.
Close to the Dora, and also option for 2-3-4 Sanshoku and mixed sequences.
That is true.
This is one away for Uemura, deciding where she wants to keep. I guess I'm I guess deciding if she wanted to do a Sakigiri somewhere, but she did not. Took the most
3, 4,
efficient
5,
route.
6. That's a little bit unfortunate that the pair's gone now. Is she still going to keep the 2? Uemura. Oh, not Uemura. Tsukada here. Tsukada will keep the 2.
She broke up that pair last time because a general strategy that people keep is if you have 3 pairs, you want to break one of them up. Of course, not in every situation, but that's a general rule of thumb that you people at home can also follow when in your games.
Tsukada is moving towards an all simples hand, all inside. You know what you can also follow? You can follow World Riichi right here. We are off next week, but we are here tomorrow. So tomorrow, Friday.
And we'll also be here the weekend after Christmas.
That's right. Boxing Day boxing battles on the mahjong. I guess not really boxing, but Boxing Day brawl on the mahjong table here at World Riichi, commentating Yukan Fuji.
I wonder if that should be in the title. Boxing. It's not an American thing, really. Canadian and British, but.
Okay, cuts the 1-2. There's a little bit of an overlap. So her hand can still accept 3 cells, so that's still okay.
And Uemura will take Tempai with this, pulling the 1 bamboo.
Looking for Dora here, as well as 1 man. But mostly Dora. A bit of a scary tile here. After that call, Tsukada's going to keep moving forward, though. She has a lot of inside tiles. It's very hard to fold a hand with a lot of inside tiles like that. A lot of those 2 through 8.
And generally, if you don't have safe tiles, the better option if you can't read weights is to just keep your hand going.
Now we have 2 players. 2 players waiting on Dora. What comes 6-mon, not 9-mon? Interesting. Maybe it's this hand right here, Sunohara's hand, with those very strange early discards that convinced her to discard 6-mon.
Not just early either. The whole almost all the discards are middle tiles.
Actually, looking at Tsukada's here hand, she could have pwned the 6-mon. It would have been a lot cheaper, and I guess that's why she chose not to do it. She's going to hold tight. Oh, triplet of West. Simo. You have to make sure not to add it. She had to make sure not to add it to her hand. I wonder how Mondo would rule it. That's not a ruling that comes up in the big rules list, where if you accidentally put the tile in your hand, you're not allowed to sumo anymore.
There's a rule against sumoing. Usually, you end up just having to take the cheapest possible Yaku with if your Yaku had anything to do with the weight.
Right.
And in this case, it would have had no no impact whatsoever because it was just 500 all was the cheapest points possible anyway.
But Shirota takes the win here and takes the lead with that. East 3, a very small lead, but a lead nonetheless. A little bit of a room to breathe here. Jinro 3 arrows.
I don't think I've ever seen a pro put a tile in their hand.
And then sumo.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it could happen with like a full flush, a Chinitsu hand, but I can't. It's very hard to imagine it happening with any other type of hand.
Oh, double East for Sunohara. She's not the dealer, but it's at least something. It might not be enough to get her out of last. Maybe she can find some con potential or catch some Dora somewhere. Maybe even 7 pairs instead of East. Or maybe she just takes the cheap hand and hopes to make the rest of the points back in the South round. Big draw here for Shirota as the dealer. It's going to be...
Yeah, Sunohara does have plenty of time, and also if any win that you have keeps the dealer from winning more and putting you more in the negative.
Yes.
So
sure.
it definitely would not be a bad strategy to win.
An
And
extra
with the
6.
green dragon as well.
Yeah, now that with the extra 6, she can actually call the green dragon and the East to use them both as honors, as value honors, Yakuhai, in order to
with the white
score
dragon
additional
won't
points.
fight Uemura.
Another 6! A third 6, 1 away. Maybe she moves for a flush now. And all of a sudden the value becomes more realized. It's like a financial term, but it applies here too. She's realizing the value of her gains on the table here.
Especially if she can pawn.
Yeah. The last green dragon is here though, in Tsukada's hand. Out it comes! She's got to take it, right? She does.
Yep.
Oh, she's going to go for Tenpai though.
It's the Dora indicator.
Yes.
So she had to take it.
Out comes the Dora as well!
Dragon,
oh, I see the Dora.
I think the white dragon call kind of spooked her into not going for more value.
Yeah, I guess the Dora discard was made a couple turns earlier, but still, after the call, that makes it even scarier. And deals in right there.
Uemura had just filled in her Tenpai with that white dragon there.
So it's
just 1,000 points.
Sunohara's dreams of the big hand. I guess it wasn't. It was sort of a small hand that she had settled for, but even that she couldn't get. Unfortunate for her. All the walls have been moved. Right off the bat.
It's just 1,000 points, but 2 continuances, add 300 for each continuance, so 1,600 total for Uemura's take on that hand.
Yeah, and that puts her into first place just barely. 200-point lead. The dragons have rotated a little bit, and now the green dragon is Dora. And the white dragon maybe will get a turn next. Who knows?
Uemura said before the game that she, even though she wants to take first place, she always feels some hesitation in team events. That she just wants to make sure to not get negative, which I think is something that a lot of players feel. I think probably showed in my games a couple weeks ago as well. Corak called me out on that.
Yeah, I think a lot of people feel that responsibility to the team. You can risk your own points, but can you risk other people's points?
Right.
But you gotta play your best mahjong, I think. That's part of the courage, part of the
It feels a lot easier to risk points when you don't have very many.
Mm,
When you have a lot, it's a lot.
that's
It's a
true.
lot scarier to risk them.
Okay, out comes the Manzu from the middle there for Sunohara. She might be going for a flush this time. A little earlier in the hand, so maybe she figures no one's called as well this time.
Uemura's on. Whoa, nice. It was looking pretty nice, and with that middle 3-dot filling in, it's even nicer. We're just 1 away from ready now.
That's right. Okay, Sunohara not really going for the flush. She just wanted to get rid of the dangerous 5-mon because she has all her shapes. A big draw for Tsukada, a 5-so. Everyone's filling in their inside weights here. Oh, not quite.
That's it.
Oh, it is.
Yes, that's it
I
right
thought
there.
it didn't seem
Reach.
like it. That's
She did. She had it covered up with her thumb. That was the 5
yeah.
character.
I think that's 4 inside weights that got filled in a row almost. Between all of our players, they just all drew the inside weight that they needed.
And Tsukada will get rid of her other inside weight. She has a 4-5-5-6 shape there, which counts basically as 2 open-ended weights.
Right. Will she be able to push through this dealer's Riichi? Oh, hits the other side. Oh, it's just in a game of filling inside weights. But she discarded the safe tile and doesn't have it anymore.
Shirota now has 2 options for the Sanshoku, the mixed sequences. Only keeps the 6, 7, 8 option. She doesn't want to discard the Dora.
Yeah, people discarding 7-pin, 8-pin, and now 9-pin. All of them safe to the Riichi at this point. The Dora's just hanging out there.
Yeah, Shirota will do that well. She has the 7, 8 dot. So since they're both safe, but
Uemura Tsumo. Does 7-pin was the Dora thing everyone is discarding.
1300 all for.
Not bad. Not bad. And 1 honban to the board.
Yeah, each Pinfu Sumo feels so much cheaper than it should be. In your dealer, you get 1.5 times the amount of score that a non-dealer would get, so it actually doesn't feel that cheap anymore.
It's like a regular 3-han hand for other players.
Right, it goes from a cheap hand to medium-sized hand.
Right.
Just by being dealer.
Oh, North tile. So not the White Dragon. White Dragon's going to have to wait a little bit longer for its turn. North Dora.
They've all been honor tiles today.
Yeah, for this game.
This game, I guess.
Out comes the East right off the bat. Oh, Shirota has 2 North Doras as the North player. She's waiting to cash in. Waiting for someone to move forward. It looks like if Uemura wants to move forward with her hand, she's going to end up discarding that Dora not just 9 times out of 10, but 99 times out of 100, I think.
Happy hand for Shirota. I mean, she's got another open-ended, but man.
It looks good to me. I'll take it with 2 Dora in hand as that's your win.
Yeah, but it's that typical, like, everything, that's the only part that looks really good, and the rest is so hard to work with.
Well, she just filled a middle weight.
Only call if you get the 3rd Dora.
She just filled her middle weight, so we'll see. Maybe that's enough to convince her to start calling, even if it's not the North tile.
Maybe.
Another weight! 1 away! Maybe the Norths have to be a pair now.
I'm deciding to discard the door, and she does it, and it will be pawned.
Pawn! Well, it can't complain about it anymore.
Have a pair right now. Yeah, she's got to find that pair somewhere.
At least she has 2 different routes for Chi to make Tenpai. And that's another draw for Uemura. So it's not only Shirota danger at the table.
Uemura pulls the backfire of the 4 bamboo, and I think that she is probably going to back off at this point with the Dora pawn by second place player.
Uemura
will not back off.
Uemura Sunohara is starting to back off, though.
It was Sunohara that that drew the backfire. That's what I was trying to say.
Is that? Oh, it's not a Manzu. Not the right Manzu this time. Yep, so Sunohara is backing off as mentioned. Another Dora, but it should be pretty safe now that it's been called. Unless someone's going for 13 orphans, but it doesn't really seem like that here. Roan! The 3 Dora does not come through. Oh! There's the white dragon. White dragon is Uradora. That's where
See, that's what I was talking about Shirota's hand. It's like
she got close, but did not quite make
she
it.
did get close. It's so hard when you have that pawn there, then you have no options basically for a pair. I mean, of course, you always have an option something could pair up, but it's not. They're not happy options.
Right. This is not too bad for Uemura. Has 1, 2, 3 in Sozu right off the bat. We'll see. No obvious Yaku, but the 6 mana are now Dora, so that makes this hand super valuable. Easily a Mangan with Riichi. Could be Haneman. Triplet of red! Triplet of red for Tsukada.
And she has a pair of East as well. It's still the East round.
Yeah. Hard to make a lot of value here, but maybe some cons would add to it. We'll see.
Like, how can I make this a flush? I think that's what she was thinking about.
That's also a potential. So here's a 1 pin to go 1, 3, 5. Is it better than the floating 5 though? Oh, it's better than the extra 1, so on the end. Oh, no con.
Yeah, that was a really
hand is already closed, so she's not gonna open it just for a con.
Yeah, I think you'll almost never see any pros call an open con when the rest of the hand is closed.
Triple
Even when the hand
eights.
is open, it's pretty rare to see an open con called.
Two, 3 mon. Oh, Dora 3! An Anko of Dora, triplet hidden in the hand for Uemura as dealer. Definitely knocking on Haneman's door. I don't know, I could have probably phrased that better, but we're looking good here. We got 2 really dangerous hands here, Tsukada and Uemura. Battling it out.
Bob Dylan references in every episode of the Yukan Fuji commentary.
One away now for our dealer, Uemura. The weights are not that great, but the value is there.
Yeah, I think they're both Uemura and
Tsukada?
this is Sunohara is
Oh,
gonna
Sunohara.
It's Sunohara. Yeah, I'm gonna end up
Sunohara.
having one of those weights around the Dora, the triple plus an extra tile. So Sunohara has the 6-7 weight, and Uemura has the 5-7-8 weight.
So
I think that's what they're gonna end up waiting on.
Well, Tsukada improves her weight in the meantime. Sunohara with a minor improvement, not very much, but is mentionable. Okay. Sunohara almost there, can now open call, but not really worth much if she open calls it. Hoping to get it closed for a lot of points. Not gonna discard the the green dragon quite yet. Tsukada's holding tight. Shirota is still kind of moving forward, but having a tough time finding her tiles. Oh, out comes the 1-so again. It didn't need it last time. Sunohara doesn't need it this time either.
Everyone's just drawing tiles that are useless and throwing them right back, but Shirota will keep the east as a sort of safe tile, I think.
Out comes the white dragon. No use for any of our players here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. It's 5/8,
She's
so
not gonna
wait.
wait on it.
Ooh, passes through, no con. No con on the door here.
I wonder if it would have been more likely to see a pawn. It wouldn't have been a bad pawn actually, waiting for the 7.
It's just a matter of the 1, 2, 3 in
Or waiting
hand.
for the 5/8. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think she could discard the 9, so she could pawn it waiting.
Is it? It's not. But the green dragon will be discarded. This east could come in handy for Tsukada if Shirota could be convinced to discard it.
I think she kept that east as sort of a safe tile, but it never became safe. The east are just kind of hiding in the sand.
Yeah, it's also possible she was afraid of dealing it from back then and is holding it for safety reasons. Oh, out it comes though. Any call? It is called.
And that will be Tempai for Tsukada, waiting for the 3/6 bamboo. Like she did it.
Oh,
just
will it
for
come
attack.
out here? More likely 8, but no, just gonna play very safe. Shirota's hand is in a big mess. 8 of characters, this Tempai. No Yaku, got a Riichi here, I think. Bang! Riichi! Uemura, the dealer reach, it's worth a ton of points. She reached pretty slowly. I feel like it's a bit of a camouflage. So your hand doesn't look so good.
Or maybe it might be for our benefit. Like just in case she deals in, she wants to prove that she thought about it very carefully.
Oh, I see. The 7 pin is definitely something to think about. Tsunoda's in a tough spot. Oh! Gets out. Doesn't want to deal with dealer Riichi when her hand isn't worth that much.
Yeah, she can always change as well. If she draws one of those open-ended, she can discard a red dragon.
Sunohara Tsumo. The big hand does not connect. No Uradora here for Sunohara. But at least there's Sumo. So that's a little bit more. Also no twin sequence, no Ipeko.
No, but she had Tanya, I think.
Yes. Yeah, she does have Tanya. She does have all simples.
So 1,000 from non-dealers and 2,000 from the dealer. Not a bad hand with a couple of continuances and another reach stick on the board as well.
Definitely will take it. But she's going to need a lot more. Here we are. It's her chance to get a lot more.
Yeah, that puts her way back in the game. It's a couple thousand away from 3rd place and within Mangan range of, even non-dealer Mangan range of 2nd place.
Tsukada has a pair of easts. It's 1 round too late for that. They are not the Yaku high of the round anymore. It's not the round wind anymore. But they can still be used as a pair, especially when you draw a 2 to fit in between the 1 and a 3 like that. It looks like Tsukada is 1 away. Tsukada is 1 away from Tempai, and we're only on the 2nd discard.
Oh, Uemura looks like she's...
Yeah, looks like she's going for 13 orphans, Kokushimu. So that, I thought it was Tempai the way she drew it, but it's not. Oh, we got a 7. We got a 7, man. Oh, no tiles yet.
When someone offered Kokushi the last hand or the last game as well, right?
Yes, did not quite work out. In fact, they were starting to get a bunch of pairs, but somebody won before that could happen. They actually discarded a pair and went back for the Kokushi. So I guess they really were just going for Kokushi Muso.
Just 3 away? 3 away. I haven't seen a Kokushi in a while. I would really like to see that today.
I thought it was just an everyday thing in 3-player Mahjong.
Maybe I play less 3-player Mahjong than you think.
Oh, 1 so maybe we will see it.
Just 2 away now.
Big 4-pin draw, though. Our other players are not slowing down one bit. Ah, pair of 5s. Doesn't want it. It's gone. Still 1 away for Tsukada. She was 1 away very early, but has not found the final tile yet.
It is still the first row, so actually still plenty of time to tempai with that Yakuman hand.
That's right. Oh, fills in a 4 or so here. Gets the red dragon out. Another pair, so not really much help yet. Our other players still discarding edge weights.
Yeah, but it is nice in Kokushi to have at least 2 or 3 pairs, because usually those edge tiles and the honors are a little bit easier to discard against the hands other people are going for.
Right.
In the chat, Derek says the dream is alive. It's still alive.
She's definitely thinking about it. It would be a dream come, but that's 3 east. 3 east for Tsukada. So it's not Yakuhai, it's not value, but it's still useful in the hand. Can still make something of it, I suppose. Gonna cut the 7 from 7/8, so.
Yeah, I think Shirota is cautious about discarding, already cautious about discarding the honors into. The one thing about 13 Orphans is really easy to read generally.
Yes.
And pretty much everybody on the table except me always notices when someone's going for it.
Sunohara is not being cautious though. Riichi, dealer Riichi, she's gonna try and stop the Kokushi by playing offense. Oh, it might cost her.
1 away.
1 away.
To get rid of that 6 dot, which does not deal into the reach. She doesn't know that, but we do, and she will almost definitely take that risk if it comes up.
Yeah, if she reaches Tempai. Out comes a 1, so. Three mon. What was that? It is! Oh, Tempai!
Waiting for the 9 bamboo.
9, that's close to the Dora, which makes it probably one of the hardest ones to get. But she's gonna go for it. 6-pin discard.
But there are.
Oh, it's Genbutsu!
There's a bunch of Dora already out on the board as well.
Yeah.
That makes it look a bit safer.
9 so is safe
This
to the
is-
Riichi player. But there's only 1 left,
the
I
Riichi
think?
player won't be able to stop it if she draws it.
Yeah, I think there's only 1 9 so
Riichi
left.
Sunohara.
Is that it? No, it's only a 2. It's a number 2. Needs 7 more. Just fuse
Not
it.
enough pips on that
Yeah.
tile. Not enough pips on that tile.
Oh, no,
There it
it's
is!
so...
Kokushi Muso Yakuman. The Riichi Sunohara could not stop it.
Oh, her boldness backfires here. She tried to get her tile in time. It didn't happen. A Yakuman for Uemura of Saya Channel. And that is going to
really
be...
hard not to smile.
That is going to be really tough for Sunohara, whose team is already in last right now. But for Uemura and Saya Channel, that's going to get them closer to qualification.
Remember we said at the beginning that was just 2 first place games away from, and that was if they got first place in this game, it would be 2 away. But with that Kokushi now, they're only really 1 first place game
Yeah, that's
away
true.
from first place in their group. Matsuda's hand really looking like a flush. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and she will discard the side weight, those penchant weights that are hard to fill in anyway. Uemura just looking cool, moving on to the next hand. Notice there was not a single smile on her face after winning that, because she's got to be
A
just
professional.
a cool pro. Move on. Yep. Happens every day.
69,600
yeah,
points.
We should probably mark that. Did you mark that?
Yep.
Cool.
Oh, Sunohara.
Our
What
professional
can she
streamer
do?
Tips is on it. He
What
already marked it.
what can Sunohara do to turn this around? It's gonna be tough because she's already 30,000 points behind without a dealer turn left. Maybe she can get her own Kokushi. Maybe not this hand though. Tsukada, our current dealer, is working on her own hand. Gets a pair of red dragons, so might be able to repeat dealer here. Pair of Dora for Shirota. Jinro 3 arrows. Might be okay with a second, but still would like to get first if they can.
I wonder if Uemura heard me say that I really wanted to see like a Kokushi.
She went for it just for you. The last copy of the 9-so showed up right on time for a big Kokushi Muso hand.
The hand also looked like it could have been a nice flush, but she just gets the worst tiles and she'll throw it right back. It's the worst for any Yaku that she would try and make.
Looks like our players are just moving along here. I suppose with so many veterans at the table, maybe it is just another day.
Sunohara's hand also did not become any... this is the hand that we wanted to see become a flush, and she will draw another character. What's she gonna do with those dots? She's just gonna keep them.
Yeah, Tsukada
No pushing for value here.
trying to get her dealer back. That's pair number 4 for Shirota. She does have a pair of Dora. Okay.
See, it's another one of those hands where you have a pair of Dora, but the rest of the hand is just so hard to deal with.
And she can't even call tiles this time. That makes it even slower.
Right.
Oh, huge draw on the other hand. Sunohara maybe getting a little bit of luck back. It's a twin sequence.
Yeah, guaranteed twin sequence and Pinfu.
It's a Pinfu.
Tsukada draws another character, but she already completely denied her flush. And there's a reach now, so she will just take a safe route.
Oh, a triplet. But Shirota is not going to go for it here. Oh, a pair of Dora.
And she'll go for the flush.
Uemura with a pair of Dora.
Trying to... Uemura going for 100k in this game, it looks like.
Yeah.
Going for a full flush with 2 Dora.
She's trying to be the one who can get her team over.
Full flush with 2 Dora, even called, is a minimum Hanemon hand.
Right.
Not called would be a minimum Baimon hand.
And she's going up against Sunohara's Riichi once again. I don't think it was marked on the... Oh, maybe she didn't Riichi. No, she Riichi'd. It's sideways. I think the overlay just missed it. But she's going up against Sunohara's Reach, who dealt in on the Kokushi Muso last time. We'll see if Sunohara gets the luck back on her side this time, or whether she ends up dealing in again. Difficult decision for Shirota because his hand's not bad. She's gonna go with a 5-mon discard, so she's gonna push a little bit. Oh, another! Are you kidding me? I don't think it's quite Tenpai yet.
No, it's one away.
Oh, Tsukada's willing to discard a dot into this. Very scary moment here in the commentary booth. I think the players must know it too. They've been throwing some dangerous tiles. A long decision here. Long decision. This would be Tenpai if she takes it. As a Chi on 8-9 as opponent. Passes it! Bold move here.
Yeah, I think a Chi would have been a pretty good move there, but
Yeah,
maybe
any
she
3-pin
didn't
or
want to.
6-pin deals into the Riichi player, Sunohara, so not
The
too
thing is,
many
if she
improvement
doesn't cheat,
tiles.
then she has enough tiles to get her to ready, enough options, and that's what I was gonna say. She can use the 7 dot as a safe tile.
Yep, that's what she's doing. Even with the big value of her hand, she's starting to play it safely now. I think if she gets Tempai, she might go right back in and fight, though. We'll see. Oh, a little bit of thought. She throws it anyway. Little double take there. Tsukada
Yeah,
with the
so she
5
forgot
sil.
to reach for a second, and then remembered, and just had to double check that it was okay to discard against that reach.
White dragon. Another white dragon. The Pinzu are the big treasures. The great treasures. Chance to change her weight. It's Furiten though.
Which, yeah. Just to decide if she thinks the 7 is okay to discard or not.
Could even discard a 9 here technically to stay in Tempai. But even the 9
Yeah,
isn't
it's even more
completely
for
safe.
D10.
Yeah, 3-mon is safe, I think. That's an option. Yes, so she's
So she'll
going
go
to
in.
go to Furiten to play safely. This is still not Tempai for Shirota, but it's one
Yeah,
away.
1 away.
Is it worth the risk? I mean, 9-pin doesn't really seem to be worth the risk. 1 so okay for now, but will she risk 9-pin later? A west tile here.
The safe, but she's not really deciding, I think, whether or not to discard the west. She's just taking some extra time to decide what to do besides the west.
Right. We're getting close to the end of the wall. Is that Tempai?
Oh,
I don't think so. Is it? Maybe. Pair of ones? No, I don't think so. Yeah, if it was Tempai, I think she would hold it. She discards the 9-pin.
you just have to, like, when you're in the game, it's a little bit more
Yeah.
stressful, so you have to just double check and make sure it's not Tempai, even if
This
you know
3-pin is
it's
pretty
not.
brutal. This 3-pin is pretty brutal to draw now. It actually deals in, I'm pretty sure. And she avoids it.
Does.
Tsukada avoids it. Okay, Mio can discard her 9-pin. Out comes the 7-pin.
Will not get to Tempai.
Simo! Sunohara gets some back. And two Uradora, the Sanzo coming in clutch. Is that a Reach Sumo Pinfu Ibeko 2? I think it's a Hanemon 12,000. Alright, that's a start. It's no Yakuman, but it's a huge hand.
There's a question in the chat about the black sticks. Each person has 2 black sticks, and so they can count the bust out up to negative 20,000. If they go beyond that, generally you just borrow from the first place player.
But with the automatic
that
scoring
doesn't.
table.
Yeah, so if the 2 black sticks show the score up to negative 20,000, and if you go negative beyond that, you'll have to borrow from the first place player. You can't just add black sticks in the middle of the hand to make it look more negative.
Right.
In the middle. So yeah, it only goes up to negative 20,000 generally. But the game will continue even if you're more than negative 20,000.
Yeah, I wonder if they can reset the scoring table. Maybe it takes too much time, but it shouldn't happen too much. If they could reset it to include the extra black sticks. I wonder.
Yeah, I've never seen anybody use more than 2. So I mean, generally, even if it's below 30,000, most of the tables that we use in pro matches don't have black sticks.
Right.
So generally you always have to borrow from the first place player.
Oh, one away here for our dealer, Shirota. Sunohara. Not quite one away, but looks to be about 2 away. And Tsukada having a little more trouble with her hand, but it is very early in the hand.
She keeps the one character for door acceptance and instead decide to get rid of a middleweight.
Oh, another 5 for Sunohara. Maybe this is her chance to fight back from last place. No more dealers, but if she could manage to get third, I would consider that a great victory.
Yeah, definitely. Shirota, our dealer, is known as a men's hand or a closed hand player.
Well, it certainly doesn't look like she can open her hand on this specific hand. What? It looks like Tsukada here has just caught up one away as well, and she can open her hand. This is going to keep the 7-mon weight, and there's a 7-mon for Shirota. If she doesn't get rid of it now, it might come to haunt her later. If she does get rid of it now, that's going to be tough for Tsukada. One less tile that she can win with.
Yeah, and she did discard a poor weight earlier. She also has like she emphasized. I'm sorry. She focuses on good shapes, good weights. So the 7 character side weight probably wouldn't be. She probably wouldn't consider that a good weight, and maybe that's why she's keeping the door acceptance.
That's fair.
The
I
one
mean, it
character.
still wouldn't be a good weight, but at least it'll be worth more with Dora. Out comes those 1 pin. They're no longer Dora, but that is actually a step back, I think. I think she also stepped away from 1 away.
Oh, nice shape for Sunohara. She gets a 4, 5, 5, 6 in characters, which is extremely flexible. And Tsukada, that's what we're talking about. She sees the 7 character out and she's trying to decide. She keeps the 8 dot. Even though she's discarded 1 already, the 7 dot will give her really good shapes.
Right. Dora here for Sunohara. Not quite in the hand
And
yet.
also, but an option for 2, 3, 4 Sanshoku. This mixed sequences that she leaves in her hand.
Yes. Oh, not quite the Dora, so just discards it. That's interesting. It's not quite Tempai, but still getting there.
Yeah, it completes a sequence.
Oh,
That
that
she
is
wasn't
Dora.
completing.
Right after she discarded her Dora acceptance 1 mon. Tough one.
That's how it works, yeah.
That is
That's
a
Mahjong.
difficult spot now. A little bit of a frown. She's actually going to keep it. Going to cut the 8-9 shape completely. Hopefully pairs up the Dora or something later. Otherwise she might end up 50-10.
It's open-ended upgrade for Uemura.
Yeah, Uemura knocking on the door once again. Okay, that's a draw. It's not 50-10 at all.
No, it's another door acceptance.
Yep, but at least she has 2 tiles to the shape this time. Only 1 more tile necessary. That won't help that much. She could keep it though. 1 to 9 Itsu as a possibility. A lot of different ways to pair up to Tempai now. Very, very efficient discard there.
And Shirota's favorite Yaku is actually like mini Yaku. Her favorite Yaku is Men Tampin, which is 3 Yaku in 1. Men, of course, means reach when you use it in this. A lot of people mistake that to mean Menzen, but it actually means reach when you combine it with other words in that way. Tan for Tanyao and Pim for Pimfu. We shorten it to Mintamping. Dora for Uemura, and she keeps it.
So no more full straight for her. Oh,
no, but
Dora Tanki reach. Sunohara's shooting for the fences. Got nothing to lose. All in.
And I think that Dora Tanki is also what Uemura is kind of thinking about that she's gonna go for.
Yeah. The Dora is just
Right
hamstringing these hands near
here.
the end. Oh, the 1 to
Oh,
9
she
would have
pulls
been
the full
there.
straight.
Unlucky. But the Dora just hamstrings the hands. Dora makes it hard to discard. Tsukada's got a Dora here. That's made her change her whole hand as well. And Shirota looking for the Dora to get Tenpai. So everybody needing a copy of this 2-mon. But there really just aren't enough to go around for all of our players. Oh, is she gonna discard Dora? No, I don't think so. She was touching it with her finger a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think she would discard it for one away for Ishanten.
Hmm.
Possibly for a Tenpai, but
That is the wrong Manzu, but it is dangerous, so Shirota will hold on to it. Another chance here.
yeah, you'll notice that Sunohara is reach even though she has negative points, something that's not allowed in online Mahjong.
Ah, Sumo Dora Tanki. So after dealing into the Yakuman, 2 back-to-back big wins for Sunohara.
Yeah, that Dora reach pays off. Dora wait reach.
Yeah, this is exactly what she needed since she has no more dealer turn. But she needs one more. She still needs another big win to get into third. Although second is... Oh, second is difficult. But if she...
Difficult, yeah, but not totally
Yeah,
impossible.
if she hit Shirota directly with a Mangan, she would get into second place. Other than that, it's hard. Even Haneman Sumo is short. No, Haneman Sumo does do it, actually. 15,000? Oh, 15,000 is just short.
Quite, yeah.
Yeah, Haneman
Yeah, she
Sumo is
would
just
need
short.
a Baemon Sumo.
Yeah, or somebody to put an extra 1,000 points on the table and then Haneman Sumo. And she could do it. Shirota's hand looking okay. Uemura looking to extend her lead. Okay. Okay, there's possibilities for Sunohara here. The hand doesn't really quite look like a Haneman value hand right now. But maybe.
If you get the chance, I want you to look at Sunohara's shirt. You'll notice her teammate was wearing the same shirt in the first game, but it's not like their team uniform. It's actually a picture of June of their other teammate.
Oh.
So it's her birthday. Today is June Kanamiya's birthday, their third teammate.
I see.
So yes, Sunohara and Kozome wore a shirt with her face on it, with Kanamiya's face on it.
That's interesting.
It's
I
an
thought it was like a
interesting-
movie star because they were Cine-Stork.
And it also looks like there's reach for Uemura waiting for the green dragon in an all pairs hand.
Yeah, Uemura's trying to catch some more points here. Dealt a blessing in her dealer turn, trying to cash it in now.
But yeah, also the face. It looks like it is kind of a cinematic photo. It's like it looks like one of those photos where you like go to the fair and you dress up in like kind of an old style.
Exactly.
I guess because it's black and white, it looks like that.
Right. But the hairstyle too and everything.
Yeah, it does look like one of the Jidai dorama.
So I don't think we've seen the green dragon here. One has already been discarded earlier, but I don't think anyone's drawn it since the Riichi's taken place.
So there's two in the wall.
It does seem very likely that Sunohara would discard it, considering her discard pattern so far. But yes, 2 in the wall. Not that tile. 5 mon, no dice.
Yeah, she's looking at, she has a 6, 7,
Oh,
8
1,
song.
2,
Should be a big
3. It's so dangerous here against the early Riichi. 6 so. And yeah, not even close to Tempai really, so she's just going to discard the 1 mon right or 1 so right back. Out comes 4 mon. Sunohara still hasn't made it to Tempai. She's been discarding everything, but still nothing. Triplet of 3-pin here. Does Tsukada have some route to Tempai that's safe? It's a tough spot.
It's a 7 as a synergy to the 4 character that was just discarded. And she has 2 of them, so if one passes, the other will pass as well.
Shirota sitting, waiting, deciding what to discard here. Seems to be out of safe tiles. 3 mon goes through.
Yeah, it seems like the other players have kind of decided, all right, the characters are just gonna be safe. We're gonna make them safe.
Oh, 3 so. Pair number 4 there.
Yeah, it brings her hand to 2 away, but I guess it's kind of a possible Sananko, 3 concealed triples.
Oh, I thought that was a green dragon, but it's just the west. Doesn't deal in.
Oh,
Still?
now we're looking at 1 away from all pairs hand.
Yeah. 3-pin
With
is
a
still
Dora.
very difficult. 3-pin is very hard to discard here. It's close to the Dora. Oh, I'm just going to break a pair up here for safety.
Yeah, actually moves it to... It is kind of a rolling. She's kind of rolling it to a Tanyo inside hand.
Oh, still nothing
But
for Sunohara.
so slow at this point.
There's still
That
2 green dragons out there somewhere. Where are they?
yeah, they're deep in the wall. Deep.
As long as they're not in those last 14 tiles.
Yeah, and when you're the one trying to get that green dragon, it's just kind of like, why is this taking so long?
Oh, that's a north.
It was such an early reach, and you know somebody could discard some honors by now, you'd think, but you wonder if people are. Oh, oh, we missed the the camera moved a bit too quickly for this.
Yeah.
It was a 6, 7, 8 chi for a possible mixed sequences.
Oh,
I think.
Sunohara folding here now as well. It's just taken so long for her to get Tempai. Maybe she's given up hope on it. Especially with the extra call, that's another player that
Oh,
can
it
be
wasn't. It's a
dangerous.
different hand than I thought. And there's the green dragon finally. Uemura draws it with just about, I think, just 4 or 5 tiles left in the wall.
2 Uradora though. That's a Hanema dealer Haneman. That's crazy.
Massive. I told you she's going for 100k this time.
20. Oh, it's a Baimon. Reach, Sumo, Chi Toitsu, 7 pairs, and 4 Dora. What a huge hand. Sunohara back in the negatives, but with the 1 Honba on the board, it's going to be a little easier for Sunohara to get into third.
It's just so massive, and we didn't even see it coming.
That's what happens when you flip 2 Uradora.
Excitement.
What happens when you flip 2 Uradora? Sneak attack.
All she needs is a Mungon and she can get up to 100k. And she puts Sunohara back in the negatives.
That's right. Actually,
Easy game. Look at nobody has more.
If Sunohara
more than 20.
overtakes Tsukada, Uemura will, well, Saya Channel will be in the lead after the game. Since it's
Wow.
30-10.
I said they were only 2 first places away from taking first place in their group, and it was actually 3 first places because it was if they get first place this game. But now Uemura has already like made up for 2 first place scores with this one game so far.
Right.
So now they're only really a second place out of the lead.
Yeah, and Uemura could overtake right here if Sunohara gets ahead of Tsukada.
I mean, a Mangon for Uemura would be basically enough if she draws Mangon.
Yes.
So that's the strategy that y'all need to be watching for in Yukan Fuji. Just get 100k in one game. 100k in one game gives you 100 more than 100 points. So if you look at the scores, Uemura already has gained if the game were to end right now, she's already gained 100 points just in one game. That's the types of swings that we're looking at.
That's right. And she's kind of getting in position here. Sunohara is making a hand. Sunohara's been diligently making a solid hand almost every time it seems, but luck has not been going her way on a lot of them.
It's a really good like never give up attitude.
Right.
Oh, nice. Excited wait for Tsukada.
Yeah,
Just one away from ready.
Tsukada looking
She's
to
gonna-
hold her team's lead and come in second place here if she can get past Shirota.
She was debating whether to discard that 5 character and keep the safer East, but she decides to keep the 5 character just in case she draws something she can use the Dora for.
A triple of 1 pin for our dealer Uemura on her open hand. Actually going to keep the 8-mon to connect to Dora. Sunohara will. Another chance for a pair weight.
Also a chance for kind of a 4-5-6.
Oh, the Sanjo, yeah. You get the pair weight. If you get an extra Dora and you get Sanjoku, huge points. Still won't get to first, but it's a lot of points.
She'll keep the option open, discarding the 2. If she can just draw like a 7 character, she can get the 4-5-6 option.
That's right. Another 6? Okay. Sunohara's had a lot of good hands here. Especially
Is
for
this a
being in
possible
4th place.
double twin sequence?
Yeah. Or maybe even a
Can get the 6
Suanko.
or the 9 bamboos. True.
The 4 concealed triplets. Let's see which way the hand goes. That is not Tempai still. Actually going to cut the 8s out though. Just go for the fastest hand possible. Most efficiency.
Cuts the 8 now, but she can still tempai with Pinfu.
Yes. But loses the chance at all of the big hands.
Yeah. Interesting
There's a
draw
5.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, this 6 bamboo probably gives her...
Pretty reasonable discard.
4 dot gives her a lot of options.
4 dot I think gives the most options. However, you lose the Sancho. She's going to keep the Sancho alive. It goes right back out. Keeping the mixed triple sequence alive. Okay. The safe tile leaves. Even it's close to door. I don't even know how safe it was. Another pair. That would have been 7 pairs template, but no dice here.
It would have also given her the double twin sequence, the
Okay.
Ryampeiko chain. This is Senpai.
Riichi.
Shirota will reach.
Just like last time, not waiting for the Sanchoku shape. Just doing the Riichi. It worked out for her last time. Let's see if it works out this time.
But I'm not quite sure what to do. She's still 1 away from ready.
Oh. Oh. Touches it again.
That's the
Chi with the 5 and the 7 to discard the 4. Thinks the 7 is less safe. Oh no, she's actually cut the 2s, keeping the 4 around for the future.
So she thought the 4 would be a better option for something to stick to, so she can re-tempai and she can discard another 2-dot.
Yeah.
Matsuda, of course, is doubly safe, looks like.
Sumo Shirota.
Dead.
Ipatsu was broken by the call, but it looks like Uradora will make up for it. Yeah, the same tile. So Uradora.
Not Pim. Dora. Dora.
2 Dora and Sumo.
Oh, no Pimfu. Beats Sumo. I'm confused. I missed something in that hand.
All right. That
Third place, Tsukada with only 1,300 points.
an enormous win for Uemura
Sorry,
with a
negative.
Yakuman.
And Sunohara in last place with -50. Will be our second game.
Ooh, I think that's the first Yakuman I've seen in the league this year.
Kokushimuso.
Kokushimuso.
Amazing game. Amazing hand by Uemura. I said I wanted to see that Kokushi. And I definitely got it. It was like a present to me. That's how it felt to me.
It's
at least personally.
coming up to Christmas time, and the Kokushimuso
Were you
for
watching
Christmas.
Corak? Did you see the Kokushi?
Ooh.
Hell, I didn't. All I saw is a big score and Manga and Sumo at the end to only close the gap to 45,000.
Yes. It was we saw it was actually the second attempt at Kokushi today. The first game also had an attempt at Kokushi, and the second game got there and brought Saya Channel 100-point swing in just one game. More than 100-point swing, 100-point positive, so ended up being about 150-point swing with the plus and negatives there.
They almost got into first.
Gaps and fix your team's position.
Yeah, that brings Saya Channel way into the mix for the possible. You only have to get first place in your group. So, now before TF Channel was way ahead of everybody, but we'll go into the third game here with a very small gap between TF Channel and Saya Channel. I think TF Channel is still a little bit ahead of Saya Channel.
Yeah, just a little bit, because they did maintain
what
third
they
place.
do in the third game.
But
in the meantime,
Yep.
we're going to switch commentators. So Tips was commentating the first 2 games, but we're going to bring in Corak, our closer, and I'm going to stick around for one more game and commentate. Basically, I mean, I always say that, but because you guys are all my favorites, but I would say Tips and Koraks, I can just like close my eyes and listen to. It's like art when I'm listening to your commentary. So now I get to join both of you in the same day.
Well, it's either a lot of analysis or a lot of rambling. I can never tell which one I'm spewing.
It's a good mix. It goes back and forth.
the lecture.
The rambling is never. I mean, the thing is, like, whenever we feel like we're rambling in the commentary, it doesn't always feel like that to the viewers. So it actually comes off pretty well. Just because
no, it's
you
always
guys
something you see. It's
know
anytime
so
you go
much.
back and check a broadcast, you're like, I screwed up here, and you go back on the live broadcast. It's not nearly as bad as it felt when you said it.
Exactly.
But I do want to shout out one last thing. Jenn.
I think we're ready to introduce our players for Game 3.
I do want to shout out one last thing before I head out, and that is that Jenn has a stream coming up. Well, not a stream, a study session with Go Saito of the JPML. Our first repeat guest, I guess, of Jenn's Study with the Pros session. That's happening on.
Yeah, BMA Discord. If you join the WRC Discord, there's an announcement for it.
That's right.
So the WRC Discord is in the description. So if anybody wants to learn from a pro, you can actually watch. Tips is going to play with the pro. We're going to have one game. Tips is on the table there.
It's gonna be fun.
But yeah, the study sessions have been really well received. Everybody, I interpret live what the guest pro is saying. They talk about their hand, what they're thinking about. So they basically commentate their own game. And then after that, we do a review session and people can ask questions and stuff. So if you're interested in professional mahjong or how improving your own game, it's really useful. I recommend it.
All right. That being said,
and also watch Tips and Tricks' streams on Tuesdays.
That's
Twitch.
right. Tuesdays on
So many
Twitch.
T's. Yeah, it was like a tongue twister.
It is a tongue twister. I'll be saying bye-bye for now, and we'll leave it to Corak and Jenn for Game 3.
All right. Well, get the introduction of the players, Jenn, and then we can jump in.
All right. In the dealer's seat, we have June Kanamiya, the birthday girl from Cine-Stork. Today is her birthday, December 12th. In the south seat will be Mika Yuzuki from TF Channel. And the west seat will be Chisato Akise, also from Jinro 3 Arrow Channel. And Kaori Nemoto in the north seat for Saya Channel, the team that just made a massive comeback. She'll be trying to keep that momentum going, some of that flow.
Well, it's hard to follow up a Yakuman win like that, but all you have to do is just treat it as a separate game. Your team's a little bit better off now in the standings. You're looking just basically doomed, and one game can change everything, and that's what we just saw.
Yeah, and we also shoot. It's interesting because actually the Yakuman player Uemura, she was saying that she just wanted to make sure not to get negative because she felt a lot of pressure playing on a team. But she definitely did not get negative and made up for it even more than that.
All right, well, we look at these hands. We have a few pairs here, kind of a messy hand. Not much to do, just pinfu maybe here. Very standard hand, nothing fancy, not really any value. Possible 1, 2, 3 Sanchoku or 2, 3, 4 with some sliding. And the 2 doesn't really fit in. You have a 1, 2, 2, 3, 5 shape without a real pair anywhere else. So maybe use the 4, cut the 1, move it towards Tanyao. But a whole bunch of mediocre to bad hands. No one has one that just wow. Forso is Dora, so it's very easy to use. There's always an incentive to go to Tanyao. The 9 fills in, connecting to the 8. You do have a 5-8-8 pin. You may end up cutting all of them and just brute forcing Chanta, depending on what you draw. The 6 pins paired up. 2 so connects here, and now you really need to decide whether you want to go for the 1, 2, 3, or 2, 3, 4 Sanchoku, or just abandon and go Pinfu. Abandons it, cutting the 1-mon. 6 connects.
She chooses the middle weight over the side weight. Pretty standard there.
Yeah, much better shape, but does give up any real potential value in that hand. East doesn't do anything, so that's going to get thrown back. Well, can't even see what that tile is with the hair in the way, but anyway, 5 so pair up. This hand has too many pairs or really much to do there. Well, the 6 so definitely means Janta is out as the 5, 6, 7's completed. And a whole bunch of useless honors being drawn here, and the 1 pin really doesn't do much, so that'll get thrown back. 6 will allow you to maneuver the upper Manzu shape to 6-8. Potentially, you hope to draw 5. 7 so is a pair up. We'll go ahead and cut the 1 so because it doesn't do much here. If you draw the 4 so, you want to cut the 1 anyway and just go Tanya with it. Now, this does improve the shape to an 8-8-9. You could cut 1, 2, or 6-8. We'll cut the 8.
Too many blocks, so you want to pare it down a bit.
And that's a Kusuke Ishan 10, double floater. So one hand's at least close now. That's kind of what you expect when you get towards the beginning of the second row. Hands are basically average in terms of their speed here, but the big problem is no one has value, which is really weird on an easy-to-use Force Odora. You see the 7-so
Yes,
cut here, so it goes and keeps 6 block.
Looks like she's hedging the 7, 8, 9 mixed sequences Sanshoku hand.
Oh, there's Tenpai. That is 3-sided 147 for Riichi Nomi. 147, man.
I said in the last game that a lot of pros will wait until they have 2 Han before they reach, but when you have a 3-sided wait and everybody else looks this slow, it's definitely a good reach there.
Yeah, the fast. Well, just Sumo at Riichi Patsumo Pinfu, no Ura, but that's going to be a 3 Han win there. So it gets 4,000, gets the reach stick back, and jumps out to the early lead.
Mahjong 101, reach and then just Ippatsu-tsumo. That's all you gotta do.
Preferably with Ura, but as the saying goes, we take those.
And also Nemoto, like we said, trying to keep the flow up from her teammate in the last game. Doesn't need to make huge scores, just needs to get something positive.
All right, well, reasonably fast hand here. 3 completed blocks and 7-7-7-5 Mon for a potential pair on a 6-7 weight. We have an East pair up here. Can't always call and go. You'd like to have some sort of value, but Honetsu feels like it's a long way off. This is also a decent starting hand. Possible Chitoitsu, possible Honetsu and Manzu. Maybe even Toy Toy if you get the right draw. At 8-so normally wouldn't be a good draw, but 9-so's Dora and already has one, so now you can convert that to a Dora Penchun. Chun pair. Ooh, I really want to use to go Honetsu, but it may be too slow to do that. You have the 2 Han you can call. The problem is you still have a bunch of other tiles to get rid of to turn that into the Honetsu. 7-so will connect here with the 6-6-7. 1-so doesn't really do much, so it's going to get thrown back.
I think the thing about that Hoints is there is an open-ended weight in the bamboos there. If it was 2 middle weights, like the Kanton weights, then it might have been more likely to go for a Hoitsu there.
Well, that's one tile I guess you could convince to throw the 8-so and get rid of the Dora Penchun. Just pair up Dora. Now we have an Ishan 10 pulls in the 3 pins, so can just call a Yaku High or ideally complete the Ryama and wait on double Yaku High Shampon. 2-so makes it 2, 3, 4, 5 in lower Sozu. Doesn't immediately help the shape, but much. Oh, well, there's your Tenpai. This is Riichi Tone waiting on 2 5-so. Riichi Double Tone. That's dealer now. This is a very expensive hand.
It's the West player. So
Oh,
Yuzuki is our dealer. Yeah, and Yuzuki, the dealer, actually hosts the JPML news program, which will I think it's about once a month. I've been on it before as well. Gemma has been on it one time. The next broadcast is December 26th, and she needs 500 live viewers, or she says she'll get fired. Glad we don't have that threshold.
There's a nice little con. The East is now. Well, there's the 2 Han I was talking about. Getting equivalent when you close con like that is effectively another Han. Now, 3 pin's really awkward. The 5 is the most efficient cut. It's not a particularly safe. Wait, yes, it is. Wasn't that the Riichi tile?
That looks like the reach style to me.
I'd definitely be cutting 5 Mon. Yeah, there it goes.
Yeah, there it goes. She just got flustered for a second and said, "Wait a second." It's not often that 5 is just safe to an early reach like that.
Oh, well, there's Tenpai. There's going to be the 5-so. This is Riichi Bega. It doesn't matter as we have the Riichi East. This is a ton of Fu.
No Ura. Misses all the Ura, so it's just reach with 1 value tile.
Yeah, the classic 270 that no one except pros remembers off their head. Isn't it 45?
For 70?
Yeah, 270.
Yeah. Yeah, you just do basically if you would do the 70 fu, it goes in sequence. So for non-dealer it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 2300 or 4500. And for the dealer it starts with 3 and it's 3, 4 and then 68. So you just remember that.
Graphic showed up as a Mangan. Was there an extra Han I missed in there?
That's what I was thinking. I was trying to figure that out as well. I didn't see any Ura Dora, so I guess it maybe it was there a pair of Dora? I don't know what I missed.
Well, whatever. We'll move on. It feels like a Tanya hand, very loose, but maybe callable. This looks like a Pinfu hand, nothing fancy here. 8-mon is Dora. Chun isn't going to help this hand, although it's actually Ishan 10, would be Riichi no bad weight. When you 3-mon extends the shape in Manzu, can use the 6-mon twice now at the 3, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. 5-mon pairs up. 9-pin completes one of the Ryamans, so now you can cut down one of these two shapes. The question is, which one do you want? I might cut 6-mon. Cuts the 9-so. And the reason I go 6-mon is you have the ability to shift upwards towards that 79 Sanshoku. It doesn't really do much, but it does have... Oh, yeah. Well, when they have a second pair up, you can't cut the 1-2, and that's going to be the play here. Does get some Tanya routes. There's a Dora pair up. Hand already has a bunch of other pairs, but will not go for the Shoitsu, cutting the 3-mon. East pair up. Ugh. Cuts the 5. That's one of those draws that makes the hand easier to call and probably harder to finish.
Yeah, it just gives you an extra block that you have to figure out how to get rid of somewhere.
Oh, and another pair. Maybe you could have gone for the 7 pairs with it. Oh, well, this is just 6 8-mon, isn't it? You have the Intotsu type shape. No, cuts the 7-pin, wants the Tanyao. So willing to take worse blocks in order to get the Tanyao. Does, of course, allow you to call the hand. And there's a Dora, just gets thrown out. And that's not going to get past.
Possibly the 2 5 dots on the board also might have had something to do with that decision to not keep the 5 8 dot weight.
Naima does this move this towards Sanshoku and Junchan. Doesn't do much. Will be held. Is this safe tile? Nope. 2-pin's kind of an interesting draw. You can't consider slimming this down with the 4-mon because you could potentially be able to accept a 9-so pair up. Instead, cuts the 9-mon. And there's the 8-so pair up. Not the tie you're looking for in terms of any type of speed, but thinking of speed, there's our Tanya call. This is Tempai 3, 6, 7-so.
To check, no, Nemoto actually had, it was 70 with 3 Han. That's why it was
Okay, they did have, okay, that, we missed a odd in there somewhere.
There was one Dora, yeah. So
okay.
Dora and Tone, yeah.
South isn't going to do much for this hand. The 9-pin isn't that useful for Tanyao. Save on. Well, threw it earlier. Throwing it again now. And it feels like this hand is trying to give up. And certainly this hand may move towards Shitoitsu, but I think in terms of a regular hand, this hand's over. That's what the long pause is here. Just throws the 9-so.
Too many pairs, and which one do you want to keep kind of thing. It's always a tough decision.
Now, an interesting question here. What floater do you want to keep? You've already cut the 6, so a lot of your upgrades to the 4 just end up 3-10, and that's going to play here. Cuts the 4-pin. So that 3, 6, 7 weight. But the dangerous hand is still Ishanten.
So many of the 6 BAMs being used right now. So not a good weight. It looks
There's
nice.
Tempai waiting on 6-mon for Tanya Dora 3.
The sixes are used here. There's one here, pair of sevens. There's another six. So that weight is basically kind of dead, no matter how great it looks.
And doesn't want to throw the 4 into this. Cuts the 5. Now Shampon 4 so 7 so.
Another pair and away for all pairs in Nemoto's hand.
And I've seen a bunch of those 5s come out. Maybe someone checks the 4, but I certainly wouldn't near a Tanya. Oh, well, there's our Tempai. Will Dama here waiting on 4 so. Of course, we know 4 so is a dealing tile, but it's the cheap hand.
Interesting. If Yuzuki had taken the, I think it was a Fruity 10 2-5 weight, she would have drawn it. But you never choose the Fruity 10 weight on purpose.
And unless we see something pretty soon. Oh, yeah, the 5's cleared. So now the 4 is Kabed off. But if anything, that makes it more suspicious.
Yeah, when you get to the end here, you can't trust any of those one chance or almost wall.
Yeah, it's Kabed off.
blocks.
Oh, there's the 6. Deals in. Tanya Dora 3 going for those Tempai payments, but instead pays out big.
Man, those are the types of hands and you get all the Dora, but then you end up with a kind of a crappy weight. And then
But you had
it pays
3
off and
players. You
dealing
just
into
wanted
it,
those
yeah.
Tempai payments, and maybe throw that 4 so would have been the better play, but it just needs the Tempai there, and you know dealer has that Dora pull, and the question is, what can we push? And the 6 felt safe enough, but that was expensive, 12,000. So we take a look at these hands. We have a double honor call. You could even potentially go Toy Toy, but a distance away. Maybe Haunted 2 is more realistic. This 3, kind of an awkward shape with a 3, 4, 4, 6, 8 pin. Ugh, a 2-1. I really want to move that towards Honitsu, but it's just not there. Ooh, double dragon pair up. So that definitely
That might
feels
be a
like a
Hoitsu,
Honitsu.
actually. Yeah.
Generally, when you have 2 dragons and even a decent amount of one suit, you just go straight for the Honitsu because that's just the easiest path to Mongon. Now, interesting
And
cut
also
there with the 9 so. There was a Chitoitsu route. Wasn't that far away, but instead just trying to play it normal.
the pair of Wests here on the end. On the Hoitsu hand. It makes it a really
Yeah,
easy
so
decision to just push it.
yeah, because that way you can call both the Yakuai and you still don't have to fish for a pair.
Yeah, that was the problem we saw in the last game as well. You had the Hoitsu, but then there was the pair that brought the value down.
Yeah, it was a double Ryan cut, and so that's the pause there on that 3-pin cut. Three shows doesn't do much. It's definitely just the Honitsu now. Oh, and that's what you feel bad when you cut that 3-pin.
Yeah, if you're just joining in the chat or you took a break, you'll want to check out the VOD later. In game 2, there was a Yakuman, Kokushibuso.
Yeah, we have an Ishun 10 and a very expensive hand. Five so pair does actually give you towards Ipeco. The question is, do you want to float this forward? Do you want to lock the pair? And we'll lock the pair in. Plan definitely appears to be get the Ipeco. We'll need a 7-1 for it, though. There's a 5 pair up. Problem is when you potentially shampoo and 5-5, it's terrible. I might just throw this back. The alternative is you really want some flexibility. You could even cut 9-pin, but instead just go ahead and lock this in.
Can't switch to an open-ended with the 6-dot draw anymore. The 4-dot possibly, but I guess you could switch something with the 5 characters.
Oh, well, now it just Itsu. I think you always cut one of the 5 pairs. And there's a 5-mon. Ugh, 8 Anko. It's really hard to use these shapes. That 5 so it moves the hand forward. It almost feels more like a fold. That is a Sozu, but it's not one of the ones looked for. It needs the 3-so and 5-so for Itsudora.
Notice these have a lot of new players that haven't played on broadcast tables before, so sometimes you'll find that they're not used to making sure the hand can be seen, and the shoulder or the hair will block the hands.
And Chun doesn't do much. 2-pin loosely connects with the 4s, but feels more like a safe tile hold as well. Kind of surprised that 1-pin wasn't held. But there's our West call. Now Ishan 10, just looking for the Honitsu single Yakuhai.
Yeah, it's still, I mean, if something pairs up in the characters, you could see the green dragon called. There's only one left, but otherwise I think it'll probably be the open-ended wait right there.
Oh, there's Senpai. Waiting on 5-8-mon. And we see the loose 5, and yeah, that's not getting thrown now. Not into 3-call Honitsu. An interesting thing about a hand like this is just getting Tenpai payments is almost as good as winning the hand. You're almost no one's going to directly challenge you unless they have something monstrous.
I actually like this fill-in better. I really dislike the 78899 shape when you it's an e-pay.
Oh, there's a con. 3-so is the new Dora and draws it, throws it back. Now, interesting, because could have called that for Tenpai. It's a little early, but I might have called that one.
A little early, but with 3
Oh, there's a
calls on the
sumo.
board.
This is Honitsu and I believe 1 Yakuhai with a con in there. So I have to calculate all the food there. Should be 50.
Yeah, it'd be 1600, 3200. But it looks like maybe only 40.
Oh, there's a
Maybe only
con
40.
and then a West Pon and then a sumo. So that's 50 right there.
It looks like maybe she said it wrong. It should be, if it's 50, it should be 1600, 3200, but
Yeah, and that's what the graphic
that's what the score says. So I think that Kanamiya was only paying 1500, but maybe I think they fixed it after that.
But we'll be in first place as we head to the dealership here in East 4. Whole bunch of Sozu tiles, but the rest of them just move this much more towards a regular Pinfu hand. I presume you just cut the honors here. I'd go with North and not really worry about anything else. If you get towards Itsu, great, but it's not really the focus of this hand. Now we have a Haku pair up. This has just messy blocked everywhere else. As I've been saying, I like going for Honitsu, and that feels like a hand to do it with because there's no real value, and the blocks elsewhere are terrible. Speaking of terrible blocks, a few pairs and nothing else. 8 connects the 6 here. Does give a 7 Kanchan. You can move towards Tanya. The 6 is an improvement, but there's anytime you look at a 1, 3, 3, 4, 6, and guess what? Not the only personal 1, 3, 3, 4, 6 in Monzu. 2-so does move this towards Itsu. That's kind of the draw you're waiting for.
Makes it a lot easier to call for an Itsu if we get later in the hand.
And another pair up. Could even go Toy Toy or Chi Toy with this. Seven complete
Kanamiya
3 in
looking.
there with the 8, so 7-8. Of course, we see the 6-9 in Sozu heavily concentrated in one hand. Two-so pair just may move this back towards Tanya, but there's going to be a call of the Haku.
Straight for that birthday Hoitsu.
It feels really bad to do that, and the next person immediately Subaguri is the fourth one. Subaguri being just drawing the tie, discarding the tie you just drew. 7's a huge upgrade. Fills in at 7, 8, 8, 9.
If I draw the tile that the player just called, I always make sure to discard it immediately. To show them. Like if you just waited
you
one
opened your
more
hand, might have made it cheaper, but good luck. The wall was laughing at you. Which the wall has been known many times to do. Now you have an Ishunten here. Probably not that Itsu. We have a 1-mon pair up here. So getting towards that Honitsu, but won't be the fastest hand most likely. But you can call the 1, and there it is. Doesn't really have a pair here, but the plan may be waiting on the Shatanki or the West.
Stop.
4-pin moves this towards perfect Ishunten, but there's the overlap on the 6.
Do you like waiting for a once cut non-value honor tile?
No, 3 isn't going to help. Oh, well, that completes the shape, but the rest of the hand's just not there quite yet.
There's 1 away, but...
Well, 8-pin pair up. You just cut the 6, and if you end up shampooing, so be it. 9 doesn't do much. You don't really want to throw it, but at the same time, what are you going to do? Cut the 5-pin instead? And now you have a 3-3 shampoo, and that feels like you're kind of giving up on the hand.
You have 3 pairs of 3s. It's the hand
Doko?
that makes you want to go for the Sanshoku Doko, but it never ever
It's just
completes.
never going to happen. Oh, and now the backfire of the 5-pin cut. That is not actually Tempai, but you can cut
what?
2-so.
Oh. 7, 6, 4, 5. If you discard the 7, he has a Shabo Tempai, but...
Oh, yeah, with the 6. Yeah, you can reach you that.
Yeah.
Not normally how I organize hands. Oh, and there's the 2-so. That's the shampoo deal-in tile. And you can see the hesitation here, especially the 4-so late Riichi like that. Anything in the area looks really bad. We'll just go ahead and dodge the Apatsu. May end up dealing in next turn, though.
Perfect Ishunten shape. But no.
Well, let me see how much you're willing to trust that Tsuji. And I'd probably deal in here, and that's what it is. Riichi, Dora 2. No Ura, but 3 Han.
D200. Sorry. No. I didn't. Oh, she's dealer. Sorry, that was 7,700.
Yes. And going to be the big extension of lead there by Nemoto. Over 50,000. Almost 20k clear of second. And you see Yuzuki and Kanamiya just way back now.
It's completely reversed the placing of TF channel and Saya channel now. Look at that. TF channel was way ahead of Saya channel when we were coming into the games today. And just 2 games have completely turned it backwards.
Well, Yakumans do tend to do that.
Yakuman, but also this is, I mean, 51,000 is actually a pretty big first place for this league.
Just a bunch of regular Mongon or 5200, 6400, just the regular hands that just stack up and add over time. All right, let's take a look at these hands. Double Yakuhai here. Can also accept a Dora. Speaking of Dora, 1 here, and there's a Kanchan fill with the 7, 8, 9 in Pinzu. The 8 will loosely connect to the 6, 6 shape. The 5 completes the awkward 4, 4, 6, but you also have an 8, 9 in there, so it definitely needs a 7. Or alternatively, you can just cut the 8, 9 and use the 4 as a pair later. The 4 will allow the shift on the 1, 3, 3. Dragon doesn't do much there. The 5-mon extends this into Ryankan and its Dora, so goodbye Penchon. Cuts the 1, 2, keeps the 5, 7, 9. 3's a nice extender here, but you feel a little bit of regret cutting the 8-mon the previous turn. The 6-pin here moves this to a Tanyao, possible Sanshoku. Tuso actually does help this hand, because now you have a very awkward shape, but it's a 2, 4, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. The 1 so pair up doesn't really do much. It's going to get thrown back. This is very much a what's your pair. It's probably the 9. The most efficient cut is clearly the 8 so. But we'll go ahead and lock the Dora in by cutting the 9-mon, turning it into a 5-7 Kanchan shape. And I have an Onko, and that's Tempai. Oh, this is a disgusting weight. East-West Shampon. Ow! And either side is Yakuhai.
Yeah, we're still in the East round. It feels like it's been a while, but it's because we've had some continuances.
I feel just anyone who draws this may end up dealing in.
Yeah, I can't imagine stopping the West tile against a Reach here. There's 1 West on the board, and I would definitely deal in West here.
Yeah, maybe you can get away from the live East, especially if your hand isn't there. But, oh, well, that is Tempai. It would be a 6-mon Kanchan, and there's the chase. Riichi Dora 1.
Kanamiya, I mentioned twice already, it's her birthday. So she's looking for
Oh, there's another Tempai.
a
Would be a
one-time- wow.
3-so Riichi here, waiting on 4, 7-mon. And that is Riichi Tanyao Dora.
Reach is on the board, and the first place player, Nemoto, is now in trouble.
And you feel really bad because you're sitting on this east-west shampoo. You want people to be folding because you figure they're going to throw your tiles.
Yeah, but you also got to think these Reach players are not waiting for those tiles, so there's a good
So they
chance that they will
should be
deal
in
in
the
as well.
wall.
Yeah.
There's the 4, deals in. Riichi Tanyao Dora 1, no Ura, but that's a nice little win, especially when you consider all the Riichi sticks. Grabs all 3 of them.
D10 will see that black stick come out. The black stick means that the player has gone into the negative. So Kanamiya, birthday player, will go to negative 900.
Not the ideal birthday present. Of course, you see the team in a really rough shape, but minus 437. So in that position, you might as well just shove anyway.
But it will bring her
Riichi's
to her
situation
second
makes
turn at
plenty of
dealer.
sense.
Right. It'll bring her to her second turn at dealer.
And you're talking about how East round ran a long time. Well, we're out of it now, South 1. We see a couple pairs in this hand. Ryanman feels very Tanyao. The problem is this
Yeah, with the
9-pin pair, but
yeah.
at the same time, I still just want to go Tanyao with it. Maybe you hedge the Ichitoitsu, cutting some of your honors early. You also have a Dora here, which definitely pushes you towards Ichitoitsu.
Yeah, I think that you also keep the honor the value tiles. If one of them pairs up, it's just gonna make everything so much easier.
Yeah, that's one thing that, especially new players, even intermediate, that you don't generally have to think very hard about your first 3 or 4 discards. And once you realize that, it's a game-changing revelation. That you're not really trying to think about. The reason people often take a long time early in the hand isn't to decide what they're discarding, it's what route they're going to take with the hand. So that's where your focus is.
Right.
All
There
right, we
used to
see
be a
the
lot more thinking in pro games at the beginning when we had the nine honors, 9 terminals, 9 types, the Kyushu Kyuhai, but we don't have that anymore, so it's really cut down the thinking time with the dealt hands.
All right. Well, it looks like a bunch of Pinfu type hands now. So, yeah, I can even lock in the overlap on the 3, 4, 6, 7 in Manzu. The 1 completes the 1, 2, 3. And so much for Tanyao. But you have 3 pairs. You still may just cut 9 pin. We'll cut the loose 7. I kind of like a floater over a 3rd pair like that. Oh, and there's the backfire on the 7-mon cut the previous turn. Kept the west safe tile. Would have otherwise been Tempai. Well, I said it was Tanya. That 4-on draw is pushing it that way. I'd still cut 9-9 here. Because it does allow you to accept the 5, and then you still keep the shapes reasonably well.
She listened to you. She did discard the 9.
Night Pin doesn't do anything for that hand.
Kanamiya here says she lives on mahjong and alcohol. Ugh, one.
Preferably not at the same time.
I mean, yeah, not here, but who knows? When you go home and you just turn on the online game.
Yeah, that's one of the advantages of online. You can do it in any shape. Your rank points may suffer, though.
Some. For Garth, it never seems to suffer.
Yeah, I've seen a couple people who are convinced they're better when they're at least a little tipsy. Maybe not just stone cold drunk, but a little tipsy because it gives them a little more courage than they have normally.
Right. It also depends on if you're freshly drunk or you still got some left from the night before. If you ask Garth. I didn't say that.
Well, you see the 9-so cut there, going to hold the safer west pair. 1 pin doesn't do much here. Moving towards a Sonanko. 7 pin, there goes the 3-so Dora cut, and that always alerts the table. It's a late Dora cut, especially after a Kanchan cut previous with a 1-3. And there's another one, and that makes you feel really bad. If you would have cut the 1-mon, could have maybe moved it towards Tanya Dora 2, but the hand's stuck where it is now. That 3-mon greatly extends this shape, but everything in this head is terrifying to throw if you go this route. But we'll go ahead and take maximum efficiency here. Another pair in this hand, maybe you need Peiko. 8-mon feels like
she's
the
got a
normal
tempai at
cut,
least.
but everything's kind of a mess.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go 6 pin. Yeah, there is the 8.
You gotta be thinking now at this point, what do I call so I can get tempai and at least keep my dealership?
Right, because we've seen 2 Dora be cut, so you figure the value isn't here unless someone has a Sanshuku. And even here, just calling is 5. I'd insta-call this, and that's going to be the play here. Not the instant, but eventually gets there. You see the hand that cut 2 Dora calling for this, you give them 0 respect.
And also, as I mentioned in the last stand, sometimes you're gonna see a little bit of thinking more for our benefit and there's not actual thinking going on, but just kind of proof to the viewers that I did think about this before I did it.
No, you just see the second call, now Tempai without a Yaku. 4-pin is not Tempai.
But this late in the hand, you really need to.
And yeah,
be making
we're going to
this
have
Tempai.
another call here. Haku doesn't help, so it's going to get thrown back. Hatsu, same story.
If you're learning Riichi Mahjong right now, having almost does count. If the hand ends in a draw, and you almost have a winning hand, then you get extra points.
Yeah, even if you don't have a Yaku, you put yourself in that horrible position, you can still get the Tempai payments at the end. But what you usually see, especially in pro matches like this, is Tempai payments add up a lot. I recently explained this to someone. Losing out on Tempai payments 3 times is the same basic effect as dealing into a Mangan.
Right, especially if you're the only one not Tempai.
Yeah, they add up quickly. Those 4,000 swings really burn. Even the 2,500, that's not a small amount for a hand that you're just basically throwing away. But some misses here. 4-pin can change the weight.
I'm just looking
Doesn't
for which
really
one
matter
is,
about the
is
weight,
safer.
it's what's safer.
Yeah.
The answer is both are safe, but at the same time, you're also trying to make sure that nothing deals in. And well, it doesn't matter. You see everyone else is no 10.
Yeah, and that's what you were talking about, the 4,000 point swing. Just from having a ready hand.
Yeah, and look at Yuzuki's position. Felt reasonably okay, and now just 6,000 to 4th place just from that hand. And Kanamiya gets a repeat on the dealer as a result of that. Of course, that's the other big part is you'll often see dealers making these types of ridiculous calls late just because keeping the dealer position is so important.
And Kanamiya's team is minus 434 if the game were to end right now. Personally, she was minus 101 going into this game. Half of her game's finished, so actually still a shot at making the individual finals if she can turn it around in this game.
All right, we see a Hatsu pair up. This may just be a call and go type hand. I don't really see any value in it. 9-mon doesn't fit. Will it be held as a safer tile? I guess maybe for a turn, cuts the 1. The 9-so similarly doesn't do much when you have the 6-8, but the rest of the shape are Tanyao. 1-mon does loosely connect to the 2. You're not thrilled with the penchant, but it's better than just random floating terminals. 8 will be held similarly. It's not useful very often, but maybe with another draw or 2 connecting to it. Well, there's your fill in on the 2-3 pin with the 4. I think the goal here is still just call the Yakuhai, cut the penchant. The 7 is Dora, so now you at least have a route to some value. The 8-mon should be the cut. There it goes. 6 connects to the 4, 7, 7, 8, 9. So you can cut the 4 later, or you can hold the 4 and hope to shift to Tanyao. We see a west tile being held safely. It's interesting you do that with a 7-9 cut. Did already decided to just give up on the shape already and just wants the safety. And east is no longer Yakuhai, so back it goes. Of course, I believe it's also
Yakuhai,
dead.
Yeah, it could count as a pair for a Pinfu sort of hand. But she already has a pair. Actually, I might keep it and discard the 8 in that situation.
Now, speaking of 8s, there goes the 8 pin. Wants to cut the pair and keep the 8 as a floater in case a Dora comes. And, ooh, well, that is perfect Ishan 10 for Riichi Tanyo Dora 1. And that's the draw. There's your Dora. I imagine this is a 9-so or a 2-mon cut. 9-so probably my choice. Instead cuts the 2.
On to those 3 pairs. You know, the only thing about that is it makes it, when you hold on to the 3 pairs like that, it actually gives you, it can give you more options now, but for when you're 1 away, when you're Ishan 10, it gives you fewer options.
I'm a big advocate of something called peak Ishanten theory, which is you don't set up your hand to take immediate value or immediate shapes. You take it to the best exceptions to getting to Tempai. Because once you're Tempai, then you can just Riichi. And everyone has to dodge you. When you're Ishanten, you either have to draw it yourself or you have to call. Now, interesting
Right,
option
exactly.
there with the one so. Could go Itsu, but instead just plays it regular with the Tanya.
So that's why you'll see a lot of people when they have 3 pairs, they'll just get rid of one of them and keep 2, which she ended up doing. It just took her 1 turn later than maybe we would have.
There's a con. 3 so. I mean, hear Tips
Birthday
in the
con.
background smiling. Oh, and
You can
that's
hear him
Tempai
even with
caught
the
into
mic
Riichi,
muted.
the dream value, with the 5/8 pin
And
for what?
2
Riichi,
Dora in the
Tanya, Dora
Pinsu
2?
there. Mm-hmm.
Well, with the con, it's going to be hard to get Pinfu, but
But the Condor, she did have a Condor in her hand already.
yes. That is Mongon level, I believe. Let's see. Riichi, yes. Now, 4 just feels so bad, because anything near either of these Dora. And that was technically Tempai on the 8-mon. Oh, there's our Sumo. Reach Sumo. Tanya, Dora 2, and an Ura, I
And
believe.
Ura. That will be 6,000 all.
Now, you see the hesitation.
That is
Kinda got,
nice,
yeah,
yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 6. Okay. And Kanamiya desperately needed this one.
Finally, she got a birthday hand. That is definitely counts as a birthday hand.
And I think Kanamiya, who was negative not that long ago, is now in a fighting position for second or even first. And Yuzuki's almost in the negatives.
Yeah, Kanami and that she just really is just one more of those hands away from taking first place away from Nemoto. Just 2 hands and that can change.
Well, this looks like a Pinfu hand. Nothing fancy here. Can accept a Dora potentially as a 4-so and 7-so floater. 6-so being Dora. Also, the tune here. Now I look at it. That's organized. There's just a bunch of pairs here. And speaking of pairs and calls, there we see a 9-pin. Because I think, do you go toy, then we see an actual toy hand immediately taking the 9.
She also has, though we call it a double back, where she has 2 pairs of value tiles that she can pull, and there's one of them, the white dragon. Also has a pair of south, which is value, and already a pair in the 8 bamboos, so she can call it easily. But nothing in the rest of the hand.
Well, there's a 6, a 4, 5, 6 can just call this down for the Yakuhai, especially when someone was already opened twice like that, and you're just pretty convinced it's either Honetsu or Toy, or maybe both.
Or a pair of Dora. A lot of times when you see a Yakuhai call, there's a pair of Dora hidden in the hand somewhere.
And this hand's value shrinks incredibly when you see someone opening like that. 5, so it doesn't do much, but you could potentially accept a Dora, so we'll hold on to it. Oh, that 4 is a nice fill. This is Ishanten, but every single shape is terrible. I think the 1-2 pin makes the most sense, but now with a 2 pin on the left, maybe you're knowing it's not likely Honetsu now, so I think maybe the Penchon 3 is a little bit better than was suspected a turn ago. 7-mon, yeah, you got 3, 3, 5, 7. You look at these shapes, every single one is terrible. What to do? We'll
Yeah,
cut the
really just
5-mon
looking
here,
to
move Toitsu.
really wants to pull in that red dragon. And finally, Yuzuki gets another sequence that she can use.
Yeah, the 4-so would be Tempai. The 3 extends the shape on the Manzu here, but it's something we saw earlier. Oh, well, there's going to be a call of the 8, and can win on the 4, but really wants to pair up the 3 or the 5 and go Toy. Well, there's a Dora draw. This hand was supposed to be Chitoitsu, and I think it's still Chitoitsu. The question is a folded one. Not giving you about it yet with the 4-pin. At the same time, it's
Okay.
also very hard to defend against a toy hand. There's a call that is waiting on the 2-pin.
I wonder if Yuzuki would go for a Hadaka Tanki, then naked single weights. I
With
did that
Mongon,
for.
I'd take it.
I almost never do that, but I did it today in Armo.
Oh, you should have seen some of my Roddle hands. I had one where I called 4 times for Tanya only. And that 7-so is definitely in. I'm not giving up on this quite yet, but Chitoitsu is either be the door 2 or nothing. 2, so extend the shape in Sozu. Can't cut the 1-2 here. Or you can just throw the 2 back and keep the Ishanten. This is a question of, do you like the Ishanten? And goes and keeps it.
I have 2 players with pairs of souths now. One of them, Kanamiya, the dealer, is going for all pairs, so
Yeah, we
Yuzuki
don't
is
expect you to
not
come
gonna
out
get
from
her
either.
toy dream. Yeah.
Well, this can switch the Shampon, but keeps it here on the 2-pin. There's a good chance that East is dead, but we see one locked up in the hand here, so. There's Tempai, and yeah, if you're going to cut the 2 so earlier, you have to take this Riichi, I feel. Riichi, Dora 1. Dora pair up now, Ishunten, you just have to shove. Oh no, that's Tempai waiting on that ease.
Tempai. Which one comes first? 3 dots. There's one 3 dot already on the board. I think. Just this one from Nemoto's hand, one in Nemoto's hand.
Yeah, is this a situation where we have a very expensive hand and a bunch of cheap ones?
Just nothing Yuzuki can do. Nemoto still
Oh,
has a
there's
little bit of
the ease. Tries to
flexibility, but
defend,
she
deals it
doesn't.
easy. Toitsu, Riichi, Toitsu, Dora 2. And we find out where the last east was. It's the Uradora indicator.
And that is the hand Kanamiya needed to take over first place from Nemoto. With that massive lead in the East round, now we come in South and it's just completely turned tables.
Yeah, huge hand here. And, ooh, they're showing Hanemon. I must have missed a hot in there somewhere. It must have been a Dora pair up I missed. But that's a huge swing. Kind of me into first by 8,000 now. Nemoto all the way down to 25-7.
I think they didn't show the Uradora for very long on that hand.
Well, the original Dora was the 6-0, which there was a pair of.
Yes.
But it looked like the Uro was the east, so the south being the Uradora. Anyway. That looks like Pinfu type hand. A 7 can be used as a pair or Ryunman, because you already have the 4-so pair. 5 connects to the 4-mon. Nice little Ryunman there. Pinfu, 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 and kind of Pinfu. That's what I'm seeing in these hands. There's a reason it is called the standard hand. It's because it is the most efficient way to build hands most of the time.
And especially closed hands. The sequences are a lot easier to build up closed than triples.
There really isn't much to say. It's just who's going to draw what they need. Ooh, now this is the first real stage. You can't cut the 1-so and go Tanyao. So that's going to be the play here. You can't even cut the 3-so later if you fill in and get that Pinfu back. But Tanya just has so much more flexibility. And of course, you have the option between Riichi Tanya or Riichi Pinfu. Riichi Tanya is worth more because of the Fu. The 3-5-7. Really awkward draw here. I kind of want to just cut 6-pin. Usually on such great shapes doing that, but it's there are so many more routes to attempt by. You're almost always on a bad weight that we'll throw the 7 back.
Yeah, I think she's seeing the 3-sided with 258 or 369, and the pins are possibly a
Two
full straight.
Silphe fills in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 6, 8. Uh, 9 pin goes and keeps it with the 7. There isn't much there. The 8 pin though is a real upgrade. 9 doesn't do much. The 5 moves it towards the Pinfu no Ishan Tenrian Ramen. Five pin could turn to Ryankan. The question: you cut the 8 so, the 1 so, or even throw this back. I think the 1 so is the normal cut. There it goes. Because there are ways to move this towards Tanya, but it doesn't matter because we have Riichi Pinfu waiting on 4 7 so.
Oh, the backfire.
Yeah, and I'm thinking I'd really like to have got that 6 bed.
Yeah. And the dealer hand in the last hand did have 2 red, or the south. There's a pair of souths in the dealer's hand.
Oh, okay. Well, you're balancing everything here. It says, you know what? I don't want to balance anything. I'm folding. Forget this.
Zuki, the last player to be trailing far behind all the other players after Kanamiya made an incredible comeback during her dealer turn.
And Tumon passed last turn, so that's going to do the same here. Ooh, 9-mon pair up. Do we ever just cut the 1? I guess we do. Of course, the person sitting with a 1-mon pair of the hand goes, thank you very much for clearing that.
Yeah, Kanamiya came back into first place. She doesn't need to
This
push
is
hard
Tenpai.
and lose those points.
It would be a 4-7-mon Riichi Tanyao. You know, I feel it dangerous. I don't know how to defend with this hand. I'd slam this without much thought. And we'll Dama instead, waiting on that 4-7.
That was where she had the backfire, so it is 3-10.
Ah, that's why. I always feel if you put yourself in 4-10, suck it up and throw the stick in anyway. It's your own fault.
I do often reach off with 3-10 if there's not another reach on the board, but with another reach on the board, I would hesitate probably.
Well, the only thing I feel you're really folding on is a Dora draw, so I think you're going to end up just filming a lot more often than that. This 7-pin does not like it. The question is what Monzu tile's coming out, I feel. Because I don't really want to throw Sozu into this.
There are 4 pairs, so it would be 2 away from all pairs if she discarded anything except for the 5 character.
I like the 6-mon or the 4-mon, but everything's bad here. I feel the 4's probably the safest just because you have the 2-5 blockers, but ugh. No, just throws the 7 right into it. Of course, we know the 4-mon would have dealt in. And this is Ishan 10 as well, but doesn't take it. And that's the advantage of cutting the 7. Is the first one passes, you know the second one passes.
Just fold lots and lots of folding now on this table. Not much.
And there's the
anybody can
Dora.
do.
course, I say the 4-mon would deal in, but it deal into the Furiten, which doesn't really count, does it?
Does not count. By definition, it does not count.
Well, it can count, but then funny table shenanigans and big penalties come out.
It ends up counting the opposite direction in that case. Coming to the end of the hand, so we will see the dealership move to the reach player.
And it's so heartbreaking. You just let me win a hand in this situation. Don't even get the full tempai payments. And the last 2 draws were the 5 so waiting on the 4-7. It's just genuinely frustrating.
True, but Kanamiya's comeback did start with just a reach payment. I mean, a tempai payment. So we'll move on to Yuzuki's dealership.
Yeah, that's really the redeeming value here. Is the stick's still out there for you? There are 4 homba, so even a cheap hand's gonna be worth a little something. But Yuzuki needs to go on a run here, and his dealer in South 2. This is the make or break hand, and not liking what. Okay, the last 2 draws make this hand significantly better, but it's not great. It moved from bad to meh. Possible 4-5-6 Sanshigu with some shifting. Definitely Pinfu type hand. That has a Yakuai Haku. Can't call it down. Go Honitsu or even Chanta. 4, so that looks like a Pinfu hand as well. 4-mon pair up. Maybe a Tanya if you got the 9-9. And the 7 connect very nice with a 3, 4, 5, 6, and 9. And I'm going Honitsu. I'm not even thinking about this. 7-mon out now.
There it goes.
And there it goes. Thinks about it for a second, but we get the same place.
And like I said, some of this is theatrics. You have to make people, think that you're thinking.
Right, especially when you're cutting something like a 7-mon. Like there are only a few things that can happen. It's either a Honitsu / Toy hand. It's possible Chi-Toy, but unlikely. Or it's this kind of way. You're planning to call a Yokohai and then seeing if we can also pick up Honitsu. Oh, double Unko here with the 4-mon and 9-mon. 5 comes to 3, 4, 5 Sanchiku looking pretty good. Well, now we see if this is really Honitsu. 3 so, 1 so come out, and yeah, there it goes. That is absolutely Honitsu.
I mean, it's just 2 calls and you're 1 away. Definitely.
Oh, the 6 here. This is actually Headless Ishanten. One of the most awkward Headless Ishanten shapes you'll ever see. With that 444, 567, 999. Because there are so many ways to upgrade it to 3-sided in that Manzu shape.
Yeah, but that makes you 2 away instead of 1 away with the other shapes.
Well, there's your pair up. This is Riichi Nomi with a bunch of Fu here, double Anko. And we're going to throw the stick in first place. Makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, she's going to try and end Yuzuki's dealership before Yuzuki can make the comeback that she just made.
A bit of a backfire on the 1 so cut, but Honitsu was always the plan here. There goes the Dora, and this is Riichi Pinfu Tanyao 258-mon. That's about the only reason, and his dealer. So this is an expensive hand. It's about the only time you're going to be cutting Doras when you have the goods. And East comes out and says, nope, I'm not fighting dealer too. And of course, there's the other East cut. Dora should be the cut here. You know it's safe. No, instead cuts the 7-pin into this. It did just come out.
Because... Guess they're about the same amount of safeness.
Yeah, you figure you're cutting both of them anyway. It doesn't really matter. I always like just throwing the door. It is, yeah, it's cleared. I'm out.
Sometimes it'll depend on if there's only one player reach. If you think another player is going to reach or not, you want to
Oh,
discard
Suba,
the
reach,
more
Suba,
dangerous
Pinfu,
one first.
Tanyao. And in Ura, that's a Mungon. And for Yuzuki, this is maybe the start of something. We've seen some dealer grunts in this game already.
Wow, what a shift from what the game looked like in the East round.
Yeah, poor Nemoto was just clearly at first, and now less than 2,000 from fourth place.
Yeah, she had actually brought her team up to first place in the group, and now I'm back down to second place with Yuzuki's win here. Yuzuki's goal for this game is going to end in a position higher than Nemoto to try and keep her team's position.
Now, of course, the gap between third and fourth is only just the straight Uma. Of course, second to third is usually a little bit better with this type of structure with the 10-20 Uma. 10 difference versus a 20 difference. Possible 2, 3, 4 Sanshogu here. Also has a Dora. We see a Haku pair up here. So maybe call and go. Not too much of their value, but 5 Homba may be your value. We have an Isanko here. Maybe just a Riichi. Tuso does kind of connect. I'd still, throw the honors anyway, because you have Ipeiko upgrades on 3-so, especially maybe 1-so. Speaking of 3-so, drawn in there fills the Kanchan with a 2, 3, 4. 7's decent floor with that 5, 6, 7, 7 now. 9 should doesn't really do anything. I'd probably throw that even over the ones cut south. The 9-so moves this to a Kanshan shape. I believe that's Ishunten, an ugly one, but again, the value may just be the 5 Homba. There's the 1-mon cut. Definitely want to fish for the Sanshku, and this is not Tempaya. That's a 3-4-6, not a 3-4-5. Ugh, 3-pin moves us to a 1-1-3-5 shape. 1. Ooh, interesting. I don't like the 1-mon cut there. I definitely want to fish for it too. Well, considering the rest of my shapes are awful. This is Ishan 10. Of a 9-pin pair up. I imagine the 8 comes out. There it goes.
It's tough. It's just the one character in that hand was the only thing that didn't really fit in, but you can be creative and try and make some value out of the hand instead.
Yeah, it does have a door. If it didn't have a door, I think it's just an outright mistake to make this play. But as is, like, sure. And of course, you can always. The plan has been to call the Haku maybe and get the 2,000 because it's not 2,000, it's 3,500, which is a decent sized win here.
Yeah, I think in that case though, I also might have kept the 7 and had 2 Audion men shapes. But
7-so really doesn't do much, so it's gonna get thrown back. Oh, there's a backfire of that 8-pin cut. You could just throw it back. You could also throw the 8-mon. I wonder why the 8-mon is just still in this hand. Eventually it does come out. Oh, there's Tempai. This is Riichi, Haku, Dora 1, waiting 2-mon, 5-mon. Going to be first place if Akise can win it. Oh, Khan. Well, there's that moves this to Mongon level. 9 shows the new Dora. Doesn't get their Inshan. And there's a Tempai. This is Riichi, Pinfu. That's it. Riichi Pinfu with 2 Aura chances.
Yeah, 2 red chances just makes a massive difference here.
And you see
This
Kanamiya,
actually
wait,
brings
you
a-
weren't supposed to reach. What am I doing now? Draws a Dora as well.
Yeah.
The incentive to play this hand is, ugh. The
It's
normal cut
also,
here is
yeah,
maybe 1 pin, but everything's bad.
I mean, if there's no reach on the board, then you really want to discard the 2 character.
Right,
It's
just
just
go
one
1 3
away from a,
Sanshoku.
yeah, Anshoku, and she'll do
Does
it.
it anyway, deals in.
And it deals in.
Mongon at least. Now, oh wait, no, it's no Chun is the Uradora there, not the Haku-kan. So it should just be Mongon level.
Taku Wandora?
Reach Haku Wandora. And yeah, that's what it is. You see the
8,000 ends
95,
up
it's
being
because of the Homba stack.
Yeah.
So
Massive. It's not
Akite in
even
the
big
big lead
Homba.
now. Yeah, it's actual 5 Homba.
Yeah, generally you only expect to see those Homba numbers when you have big Homba, which would be 500 points. I'm sorry, 1,500 points for each continuance, but even with only 300, that's how far we got. That's how long this game has
5
been. And
repeats.
how
Well, what happened is
much.
we had one where dealer was not Tempai, and the Homba just kept stacking. Ooh, that 5's an amazing draw there. We're at 4, 5, 6, 6, 7 now. We have a south floater, not too much his hand. Tuso's a nice fill. We've seen some nice fills on these early draws. 8, so ooh, it's an interesting Sozu shape now with the 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9. Chun just swap an honor for an honor. Nothing there. We have the south pair up. So that's a Yaku. I can call that down. 2 pin will get thrown back. We're seeing the Tuso being floated here with the possible 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku. 4 so is paired up, but I feel the 5 pin is the normal cut. There it goes. 3 so will be held for possibly Peiko upgrade. 7 doesn't do much, especially with the 9 having been cut earlier, so that's going to get thrown back. That fills in the Ryanman in Monzu, and that shape looks very good now. Should be an 8 pin. Is that Tempai? Look Tempai to me. You have to see
I
another
think there's a
round of
3,
it to
4,
be
4
sure.
shape.
Oh, okay.
3. Yeah.
Now there goes the Tuso.
I think it's like a perfect.
Ah,
shot.
yeah. There it is. That's why that 4 is off of the side. The hands always throw me off when they do that.
It's not quite perfect Ishanten, but yeah, it's the. Oh, it is. No, because it'd be Shabo, but I really like those honor Shabo weights. So
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with those. Ooh, there's an Ipeiko Ishan 10. Big value building. And Chun is once cut, doesn't hold as a safe tile here. The problem with this hand is it doesn't have a pair anywhere. With that Ipeiko, you may end up on a random 4 so 5 so Tonki.
be in pro play a lot.
11335.
There used to be a lot more preemptive, like trying to avoid those possible Tonki shapes and discarding in ways that you would
Well,
not end up in
Tempai.
Tonki shapes like that.
Yeah, but you can. The thing about a Tonki is there are so many ways for it to improve. Literally
Right.
anything could be an improvement.
And that's how the play has shifted in the past few years.
This is a 4-7 so for Riichi Pinfu. Uh-oh. This hand's good enough, you may just end up dealing in. But gets out for now with a 3 pin. Taking advantage of the fact the hand doesn't have a pair yet.
Exactly. Yeah, one of the honor tabs.
And that, okay, there goes the ace. That's not a hard fold, but it looks like a fold. Three so, nope, silicon through the 4-7. There's a Dora. It is Suji, but it's also Dora.
I think you'll see the dealing if that Dora pairs up. But they're
Oh,
even
you
enough in the wall.
definitely deal it if you pair up Riichi Pin Fudora too. Now you have a question where you really
don't
got
think
to
there's
fight
any
for
Dora
this.
left.
There is, well, yeah, so it only would deal into a Tonki.
Dora left in the wall. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
One more Dora.
And there's a
And
Tempai
reach.
147 for Riichi Pinfu. Bit unfortunate the 8-mon was cut last turn. Or I say that, but at the same time, I think you probably prefer the 7 so it deal in. Is this also Tempai? No, it's not. 5,
still went
7,
away.
8, 9, 9. Yeah, again, that shape, because the 6-pin was cut.
Just that those Dora it makes it really tempting to go for, but still 2 away. Or 1 away, sorry.
Man, we know the 4 so deals in. I'd get out at this point. If we're doing this, I'm just not playing this. Maybe 7-pin, but okay, just throws the door. It is Suji. But
Suji,
and
and
safe
there's
to
only
the other
one more that you can't
Yeah.
see, yeah.
Really is just a really awkward Chitoitsu, which I've done before, but that's one of those, if it does deal in, you shake it off and move on. Keeps drawing so tiles, but not the 4-7. Well, there's our 4. This is Tempai. Won't take it, though.
So many times you don't want to discard something that's semi-dangerous and have it deal in.
This is also Tempai without a Yaku.
Much better.
There's the 1 pin deals in.
tiles.
Riichi Pinfu. No Ura.
Give Yuzuki a few more points.
Moves into
That
3rd place.
Yeah, puts her
And
ahead
really
of
close to 2nd.
the rival of the game, the Saya Channel team.
Yeah, Nemoto was up way up in this game and is now in 4th place in all last.
Kanamiya has lost her lead with Yuzuki's comeback. But we'll go into O last. Didn't talk about Akisi at all. She has no first or last places this whole season so far. So if the game were to end right now, she would have her first place of the season.
Oh, he's nice. Look at this. Pinfu, Pinfu, Pinfu. I'm noticing a theme here. And Pinfu. Yep, a bunch of normal hands. Not really that much to say about most of these. You're just going efficiency. This needs desperately a 4-mon and a 6-mon. It has 2 door. You'd love to move it towards the Tanyao. But for now, you're just playing efficiency. 4-mon loosely connects to the 2-4-4. The 9 fills in the Ryama, and that hand's very close. Four pin allows you to move this much more realistically towards Tanyao. Gets rid of the big choke point in the hand. The 6, ooh, that's a beautiful shape. Moves it towards Tanyao as well, looking for Riichi Pinfu Tanyao. Tune doesn't do anything. And ideally, Dora is the other end. So Riichi Pinfu Tanyao versus Riichi Pinfu Tanyao Dora. Ishan Tenryam Ramen. The rest of the hands are getting there, but slowly.
Yeah, I think Nemoto is thinking, I gotta redeem myself for this game somehow.
And a 7 so moves that to perfect Ishanten with a 7-8-8 and 2-2-mon. Well, now you see how much do you believe in Tanya. I just cut the 1-so anyway. You can go with the south as well. That's going to be the cut. Well, just cleared. Might as well throw it back. 6 allows a shift downwards. There are tight air routes, but it's a long way off. 8-mon moves this towards a 5-mon as the pair. 4-so moves this towards... Ooh, well, there's just going to be a call. Pawns this for Tanyao, potentially Dora, or going to see a second call.
There are 3 players just trying to not get last place right now.
Ugh, 6-mon would normally feel like a bit of an upgrade, but it's just too much here.
And Akise just trying to go for the fastest hand possible to seal in her first place of the season.
And let's just a bunch of misses. That's the thing about open heads. It gets very scary when you have to start sumo carrying things. Because your defense is out the window most of the time. Moves it to 3, 4, 5, 6. This is definitely do I want Tanya. If you do, you can get the 3-mon or even the 1-pin. Goes and cuts the 3. Of course, a 3-pin would be an amazing draw.
She's
Speed
in
your
between the 3 and
3-pin.
the
There
6.
it goes. Long hesitation on the live east here, especially with the open hands, but there it goes. And there it goes. Tenpai
2
2-5,
players
so.
Tenpai.
We have the Anko of the Dora,
Wow.
so this should just be 1-pin.
How many 5/8s are left? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7. So there's only 1 left in the wall, I think, of Akise's winning tile. And it is the Dora.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Doesn't take the champagne. It goes to 3-so. Also clear has the side benefit of clearing the 3-so here. Blah. And using his position, you don't want to fold, but you might feel you have to and lock up the 3rd. Oh, it doesn't matter. Just sumo Dora.
Tile.
Tanya Dora. It's the last one on the wall.
Yeah, 500, 1,000. 500 from the non-dealers and 1,000 from the dealer. To seal in her first place.
And there it is, actually with the win, 48.7.
Huge win for her team.
Kanamiya in second with
Kanamiya in
3.1.
Kind of disappointed that she couldn't keep that lead that she gained in the south round.
Yuki in third, the minus 19.6. Needed a bigger hand in the end, he just didn't get there.
Yeah, but she did maintain the lead for her team.
Yes, because
so
Nemoto's the one who really he did bonking ahead afterwards. It's very frustrating.
Why did I deal that in? Yeah.
The big lead early, and just it went downhill from there. And even then, you finish with a 20,000 sec. You don't 20,000 end score. Like, okay, it's probably third, but no, positionally fourth, and the team you're competing with is third. So, bit of a point loss there, but very swingy game overall.
Yeah.
Dealer rampage and another dealer rampage. And this is all coming on after the start of some big sumos, but as non-dealer, shows the power of that dealer position. Do not have to win nearly as many hands to make up that ground.
Yeah, I think it was mainly like 2 hands, 2 Haneman hands, just completely changed.
Dealer Haneman sumo does tend to change games, yes.
Yeah.
24,000 point swing to everyone at the table will definitely shake things up.
And that was coming off of, we had the Ayakumon and I think a dealer Baimon both in the second game.
But
and also lots of exciting hands in the first
Yakuban.
What
But we have our results for today. Jinro 3 Arrow, the winners today, 104.6. Saya Channel very close with an 85.4. And TF Channel and Cine-Stork both taking the brunt of it, minus 84.2 and minus 105.8. But we see here just Saya Channel hit there on the end. They were on a hot streak coming in. Of course, you can't complain much with a 94.5 single game score.
Yeah. I mean, that's if you count, that's a 170 point swing between TF Channel and Saya Channel right there. Saya Channel gained 170 on TF Channel from when we started today.
All right, well, let's see the overall stats then for this table. And you see it's pretty much a two-team race now. Side Channel back into the fight here. Jinro 3 Arrow needs a game like this. And Cine-Stork, I don't want to see you're eliminated, but you're pretty much eliminated at this point.
Yeah, Jinro does have a shot still. It's not impossible. Would take a lot of work, a lot of luck, but not quite impossible. Cine-Stork is really in a really tough position now. Almost impossible. Let's say we're coming into bringing up the second. We're starting the second half of these games. A lot of teams have buys, so the next few broadcasts will be the start of the second half of most people's seasons.
All right, well, we will be back here tomorrow as well. Same channel, same place.
Yeah, make sure you tune in. Also, make sure that if you enjoy 3-player or if you don't, I think there will be fewer teams this season, so a lot of potential to make the final table. Join the World Reach Online Team League and play against the World Reach Commentary team. In 3-player. I know a lot of people in the West don't like 3-player that much. I love it. Garth loves it. Most pros love it.
It's a lot more in your face than 4-player because you have one less player to bail you out of your bad decisions.
True. But it is Ronron rules, so there will be no Kita, no Nukidora. So it isn't quite as swingy as some of the other platforms.
It's the Mongon, the sumo split is 50-50.
Right.
So being dealer has basically no downsides. So I expect people to be going for a bunch of crazy hands as dealer. You don't pay the extra percentage. It's a Mongon sumo for a non-dealer is going to be 4,000, 4,000, not 4,000, 2,000.
Yeah, so less incentive to fold to reaches than in some of the other platforms you'll play online. But it should be fun times. Should be exciting, yes.
Oh, it'll definitely be some chaos. If you're looking for action, that's going to be a tournament. It's going to have a lot of it. So
a lot
then
of action,
I guess we're going to
a lot of pros.
Wrap it up there. Any closing thoughts?
Yeah, just sign up for the Discord. You can ask questions there. You can join other Discords where you can, like, for example, join my study session. Lots of information there, information about the Roddle and everything else. So definitely recommend to join the Discord. Follow the channel. We're getting really close to our 2024 goal for the World Reach Championship YouTube channel. So tell your friends as well. That's it.
All right. I'd say my closing thought is Yakumon, worth lots of points. Deep insights, of course. So, for everyone on the Yukan Fuji broadcasting team, we had Shiral, Tipzntrix, Jenn, this is Corak. Hoping to see you tomorrow.